get down, I'm falling down. I look around to see if anyone cares. Who's at my door? Is it the shame from yesterday? Or is it the pain of seeing your face? Yeah, I get down. Try me one more time, see if I blink an eye. I'll always win this fight. You keep trying to break me, but you cannot take me tonight. Try me one more time. never wanted to be a drifter. I am a woman with no worth. Somewhere I learned to say I was sorry.
Good morning, everybody. So good to see all of you. See some familiar faces. Yes, hi. I see some people with some new faces. Hey. My name is Rob Gurney. I'm from Montreal Lake, Saskatchewan, Treaty 6. And I'm going to be your MC tonight, or this morning. It's nighttime somewhere. Yeah, ooh, thank you, Blake, thank you. Quiet, you're not on yet. Sorry. Aw, it's good to see all of you, thank you. So, Tanishi, and welcome to the first ever Métis 2SLGBTQIA plus gathering. Woo! So as I mentioned, my name is Rob Gurney, out of drag, and he, him. And in drag, I'm LaDonna Cree, she, her, or it's up to you. It is our honor and privilege to bring this monumental event to life and to be able to bring it to all of you here in person and within our live web stream brought to you by Jelly Marketing. As well, I would like to make a special mention to Pipaguan Petaguan for the design and theme for this event. To make sure everyone's experience here is comfortable and within personal capacities, we have 3 levels of quiet rooms open throughout the day today. They will be operational until 10 p.m. tonight. There is a family-friendly room, a low-noise room, and a no-noise room, dimmed. I don't know, as well, in the spirit of inclusivity and community, we have a second-hand auntie and uncle's closet open for all to browse for identity-affirming clothing and accessories. I know, isn't that awesome? I'll be there during speeches. Let's see. This room will be open until 2 p.m. The quiet rooms in auntie and uncle's closet are marked correspondingly. Oh, just a second. Okay. While we're on the train of inclusivity and community, please remember that today is intended as a safe and welcoming space, all in attendance. Please be mindful of your language and actions. Note that the best mindset to come in is with an open-minded one. Hateful and otherwise negative speech and behavior will not be tolerated. And you know, this crowd, I think that goes without saying, but that's what they asked me to read, so. Seats are still available for the charity drag show tonight at 7 p.m. with our very own local two-spirit performers from 1 + 1 = 2S. All proceeds from ticket sales go directly to creation of an award for 2SLGBTQIA plus Métis individuals entering their first year of post-secondary. Wonderful. That's amazing, I love that. The show will begin at 8 p.m. with a meet and greet to follow along a photo booth. The drag show is a separate ticket and registration for securing your seat. There are QRs at the last registration table to secure your ticket and enter in a donation. The show is 18+, so make sure you show your ID and get a wristband for easy entrance tonight. We are collecting feedback throughout the day to log the success and impact of this event. There are sticky notepads at each table to record your thoughts, feelings, and notes on the gathering. As well, there are QRs on the tables to fill out our event survey. An email will be sent to everyone following the gathering with the same survey as well. Today's agenda is on the printed sheet in your registration bag. If you have any questions or concerns, our volunteers are in pink shirts are ready to help you. Are there any volunteers in here with pink shirts? Oh, over there, wave, yay! Happy Volunteer Week. You know what? I think we need to do a quick standing ovation for volunteers. I know many of you are volunteers too. All keynote speeches and panels will be here in Hall F, whereas the workshops will be in the adjacent hallway in the marked ballrooms. I didn't know they wrote ballrooms. Sorry. The pageant queen comes out. Our day will end around 4:30 p.m., as will the live stream portion. Our first speaker of the day is the Honorable Blake Desrelais. Hey, Blakey. Member of the Parliament of Edmonton-Griesbach, Blake currently serves as a critic for diversity and inclusion, post-secondary education, youth sport, and treasury board. He's the deputy critic for 2SLGBTQI plus rights and immigration, refugees and citizenship. He made history in September 2021 when he was the first openly two-spirit elected in the House of Commons. much like when I made history inventing Himalayan rabbit stew. It's simple. I found him laying on the road. Oh, I know. I can hear Richard laughing. Hey. Prior to his election, Blake was the National Director of the Métis Settlements General Council. Let's give a warm welcome to Blake Desjardins.
Wow, okay, I think we all owe Rob a big round of applause as well. Takes a lot of work. He still thought it was nighttime when he got up here. No, but it is really good to be with all of you here today. Of course, my name is Blake Desjardins, and it's really special, I think, to acknowledge the historical moment that we are experiencing right now. To think just 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, how imaginable an event that would gather Two-Spirit people who were Métis, gender diverse, queer, from across our province, and I know I've met some of you from across the country. This is a testament to a growing strength, a growing unity, and a growing tomorrow, because that's what this is truly all about, what our tomorrow is about. But before I get too far ahead, I do want to say some thank yous, first of all, to President of the Métis Nation of Alberta, Andrea. Please rise so we can acknowledge you and say thank you. It is under your tenureship and your leadership that we're gathered as Métis people to celebrate who we are. That's the kind of leadership that we need to see right across the country. Leadership that accepts, not question if we exist, but welcome because they know we're here. And it's a story that plays out in our own history as Métis people. And I'll speak about that history and the similarities it has with the revolution, let's call it, of ensuring queer rights, queer representation, and gender diverse perspectives begin to form a part, not just of who we are and in our hearts and in our spirit, but to re-intertwine those principles again with our culture, our society, and our future. I also want to thank Lauren Gladue for his tremendous service over the years, and please rise, for his tremendous service, and please give him a round of applause. Many of you know him. Young people across our province have benefited from Rupert Lands Institute's successful programs that have allowed Métis and Métis Two-Spirit people and gender diverse folks across our province to be able to succeed, to see themselves. Yes, big round of applause for the young people who are going to school, building their future and building our future. I also want to acknowledge many of the elders who are present here with us today. I know so many of you have done so much in your lifetime to ensure that today could truly be possible. And I want the young people in the room to also lift up not just our elders' strength and our elders' resilience and our elders' knowledge, but to also lift up their very, very important historical contributions that may have gone untold. Many times in our history, particularly for 2SLGBTQIA people, our elders have suffered in silence. They've suffered oftentimes alone, dealing with their own reality of colonization, of trauma, of imperialism, while also maintaining their culture and maintaining who they are. These are gifts that are kind of like diamonds that are compressed and compressed and compressed because of so much pressure that what's left is something truly beautiful. That along the terrible path of pain, we often learn that we're stronger for it. But what does that look like in our head? What does that strength look like? Well, it looks like the people who are here with us. That's strength to me, and it's strength for our nation, and it's strength for all of us. So please acknowledge many of the elders by joining us in a round of applause for them. And so I spoke earlier about what I believe to be the most interesting connection, like this time we're at, this really monumental moment. And Métis people, we're really good at making sure a moment is monumental. We talk about it a lot, and we acknowledge when it's historical. We do that because that hasn't always been guaranteed. Métis people, for the better part of our history, have experienced neglect, have experienced what it's like to be told you're not who you are, to be told that you're someone else. We hear that remnant of our history in Canada still today. We hear that when a young trans child comes forward and says, I need help. And their parents have a choice at that moment to decide whether or not to accept their child and who they are, or to deny them the very basic right of seeing themselves for who they are. It's a terrible pain that passes throughout history, particularly in Canada, because Canada is a country that for so long has attempted to make people into who they wanted them to be, rather than accept the joy and love of what it means to live in a diverse community that shares strength, shares lessons, shares learning, and becomes even stronger. I was taught a long time ago when I was growing up in the small community of Fishing Lake, I asked about the sash. I was like, why is this so important? Why are we always wearing this? Why do I always have to wear? I used to dance a lot, the Red River Jig. Yeah. And so I had all these sashes I'd carry around, like just giant bags full. And I always be like, why do I have so many sashes? There's something else I can dance with? And my cookum just was like, no. You're going to wear this. And you're going to like that. Because I couldn't do that. And it kind of broke my heart. And I asked, what is it that makes it so important? And beyond the colors and the remarkable history that it has as the sans-cheveux fléché, immense powerful symbol of our unity from one side of the prairie to the other, it's also a symbol of how we move forward. It's a gift from our ancestors about how you get stronger by interweaving the stories, the knowledge, the history, the lessons from our past, so that when it is used by the next person, it's stronger. And I learned something from our Turkish community members here at Edmonton. When they're making rugs, their rugs are in such a way, you might know them as flying carpets. They do that and they throw the carpets in the air because it strengthens, it tightens the bond between the knit. And Métis sashes are very similar to that. They're a symbol of how we get forward, how we move forward, by using every part of who we are. Every single part of it. Even the parts that are sad, and even the parts that are really hard, and even the parts that we may even be at times ashamed of. These are parts that are important to all of us because they make us who we are. And if there's any lesson that we learn throughout our journey on this place, is whether or not we love ourselves, whether or not we can love one another. It's a gift that we're given by our Creator that sometimes gets stifled. It's stifled along the way because of homophobia, because of transphobia, because of racism, because of immense barriers that continue to tell people they don't belong. So Métis people have actually, in so many ways, contributed, not just to the better society of all Canadians, but more particularly to the liberation of queer people because of this history. We've shown our country, and albeit we've shown the world, that a nation like ours, so resilient and so true to our experience and who we are, can't be so easily ignored, just like the queer community across the country. The more we attempt to ignore the real stories and the real perspectives of Métis people, the worse outcomes we will have in our society. Métis people will begin to feel neglected as we once have. We'll continue to feel like second-class citizens. And we'll continue to feel like our future in this place is in jeopardy. But so many leaders have come forward in the Métis movement to ensure that doesn't happen, to do the exact opposite, and to provide a kind of light at the end of the tunnel that shows people, particularly young people, that when we travel this dark and sometimes lonely path, that there is light at the end of it. And that light is the acceptance of the Métis people, not just here in Canada, but across the world. We're a nation. We belong to this planet, just like so many others. We have so much more to give, which is a beautiful analogy and a beautiful, beautiful story that I think queer people across our country and across our world could unite with. We can unite, but it takes a very important reflection in our own hearts and minds as to what nation we want to be. Do we want to be the nation that has for so long stifled the identities of others, like that of Canada? As a member of Parliament, I'm privy to the many, many apologies that the government often makes. In 2019, they made a historic apology to the queer community for the generations of oppression by way of conversion therapy. Before that, they apologized for the horrific instances at residential schools. They've apologized for the immense underfunding and critical lack of services for persons with disabilities across the country. These apologies have to inspire change. And that's where community comes in. That's where we come in. And we need to find a way to measure the kind of change that's happening in our country. And I want to spend a moment on that for a second, to speak about the immense pain that many of our community members are feeling. A pain that says, again, you are not who you are. That strikes a chord, I think, in Métis people's heart across the country, because it's a chord that's been spoken about us for so long. You aren't who you are. We've heard that before. So Métis people across their country have a role to play in what is that very terrible and divisive and scary reality made by very powerful people. Powerful people across our country, oftentimes in provincial legislatures, are creating policies. Policies that would say, look over here and not over here, so that we can dismantle public services and programs on one end, while also using hate as a vehicle to advance policy. It is the most grotesque level of politics that exists in our country. And it's one that we have to push back against. We have to fight back, not with the tools of our oppressors, but with the tools of our ancestors. Those tools teach us that resilience and strength and unity and love can persevere. Love of family, love of nation, love of home, love of children, love of elders. This is the principle and value that is so underrated in our society today. And its power is unchecked because of it. We need to find ways to water that plant. We need to find ways to water that garden so that when it's time to ensure our children understand why we did these things, they know why. That we did it because we loved one another. And so in the face of hatred across the country, the attack on trans persons' health rights in particular must be stopped. It's unconscionable to think that when I began my public service 3 years ago in our national parliament, we were able at that time to work across party lines. We were able to work across party lines to actually advance what most Canadians expect a government to do, which is to advance the better goodwill of neighbors to the better security of all persons. In the 43rd Parliament, which is the Parliament right before this one's called the 44th, in the 43rd Parliament, a really important act was tabled, and unfortunately it died, and that was the banning of conversion therapy. Conversion therapy is akin to what took place in residential schools, the very same principle, that we can break a child into someone they're not. These horrific conversion therapy programs that existed in Canada from 60s to the 90s largely were in psychiatric wards. It was done by our public sector hospitals. And it's an immense pain for me, who is a supporter of public health and public education, to know that we have so much more to go in making sure that these institutions are for all of us. But what's important to know is that even though so many young people, thousands, went through conversion therapy and many, many, many did not survive, we remember them today because they did not die in vain. They didn't die without knowing that their sacrifice wasn't going to be taken up by our community. The queer community rallied, and they put the names and the faces of so many people who've died in conversion therapy and sent them to members of parliament. They reminded us of our basic obligation to one another, that the ultimate consequence of non-recognition, the ultimate consequence of telling someone they're not who they are, is in fact losing them. That is the consequence here. We have to stop asking whether or not 2SLGBTQI people exist and start asking the question as to whether governments will accept us. That's the question. That's the real question that's present to institutions across our country. Because the fact of the matter is, we do exist. Just like Métis people, we exist. We know we exist, even when others say we don't. So we're best poised, I think, as a community of Métis people, as a community that has many 2SLGBTQI members within their nation, to become a stalwart leader in what equality, equitability, fairness and dignity and respect look like in Canada. And what it looks like for the queer community. The queer community, in so many ways, is under attack. And I know I've only spoken about health today, and I won't have enough time to go into many, many of the social issues that are harming our community, from the lack of homes to the lack of increases to fixed income to the condition of poverty that most 2SLGBTQ people are forced into. It's a legislated poverty, a kind of nefarious discrimination. It is worth commenting, however, that although there is immense problems and immense struggle, like the Métis, we overcome those challenges. We overcome them in ways that we often don't recognize. And so I want to spend the remainder of my time speaking about some of the immense successes of the Métis 2SLGBTQI community. When I go across our country and young people, elders, parents, they come up to me and say, "Blake, I was fixed to my TV on election night. I'd never watched an election before in my life. And I seen you up there." I said, "What the heck? I think that guy's from Alberta. I think he's Métis." And and it was wild. And they would tell me the story, and they would say, "It was really important. I let my kids watch." I said, "Really? They watch that?" They're like, "Wow, that's a lot of waiting." But they did. They did that not because of who I am, but because of what it represents to have a Métis queer person elected in the province of Alberta. That was because of you. It was because relatives, community members, regular folks, they organized, they volunteered, they knocked on doors. They said change has to be possible. Even if it's small change, it is possible. And I'm so proud and grateful to each and every one of you for your support, your love, your kindness, because you've shown Albertans and you're showing Canadians how we win. We do it by uniting with one another, we do it by supporting one another, and we do it by ending the terrible cycles of lateral violence. We must. And in doing so, we can pave a better path forward. The path forward that was paved for me and paved for all of us, which is why our elders are so important to us. They've paved a path, they bushwhacked, and they did a lot of work to make sure that that path is there for us. But we have to make a choice as young people as well. We have to make the conscious effort as to how far we will take that path and how much further we'll go with it. Because I'll tell you this, I've met many Métis leaders, including Andrew, who are so proud of the contributions of young people in our nation, are so proud that no matter where we find Métis people, they're volunteering, they're building community, they're helping our elders, they're feeding young people, they're doing the work of building a nation of love. And that's worth celebrating. In an age where it can seem really dark and lonely with all that's going on in the world right now, from horrific wars to famine to the great divisions we are experiencing, we have to ensure that the message of unity is clear, that we always offer a better path towards that unity for all persons, no matter where we find them. And that is one of the most difficult parts of this work we're going to be doing over the next decades as 2SLGBTQ people, as Indigenous people, as Métis people. It will be the most important generational cause we have, which is to ensure the politics of hatred do not overcome the politics of love. This is an immense challenge, and one I need your help with, and one that our country needs help with. We're at the crossroads in our country for who we are. We're at a crossroads of what kind of country we want to be. We're at the crossroads of whether or not we accept all of our neighbors. It's scary. And as a young legislator, as a young queer legislator, it makes me nervous. I see my colleagues across the country, public figures who stand up for the trans community and the queer community, attacked daily. I see queer youth scared to identify how they need to. And I see parents struggling to fight for the better dignity of trying to support their own children in the face of other parents who would say they're doing it wrong. But what I also see is the very same people who are on the front lines of the better dignity of all of us, also on the front lines of a really beautiful horizon. We've never had a greater opportunity. Yes, there's a lot of pain, but there's an immense opportunity. That opportunity tells us that should we unite, should we use the better politic of love, and should we ensure that we stand with those who may not have a voice, that we can, in fact, ensure that this quote-unquote fight is won. And a victory for me looks like a kind of Canada that accepts you, no matter who you are, where you live, how much you make, who you love, or how you identify. That is the kind of Canada that Canadians deserve. That's the kind of Canada that Métis people deserve, and that's the kind of Canada that the world deserves. One that stands up for rights, one that stands up for one another, and one that stands up to the bullies in the world. And I want to end with this. 2 minutes, that's pretty tough timeline. I'll be maybe over a little bit. So to the organizers, sorry, I'll be really quick, I know. But I wanted to speak about what that tomorrow could look like. Should a Canada that advances not only Métis reconciliation, but queer reconciliation by way of the banning of conversion therapy, we can have a future that guarantees public health access for all persons who need it, including trans kids who need the help. We can have an education system that says no one should be left behind simply because they're brown. We can have a kind of economy that says if you're queer, that you can in fact be successful. We need to tell these stories. Queer people need to have the visibility of success because we too have the right to joy. It's a right that has been stifled for too long. And it's ultimately the right that's under attack. It's the right that is most under attack. Our ability to find peace, our ability to find love, and our ability to find joy in this place. I believe in our right to joy. And I believe that that right to joy will lead to a future of prosperity. But we must not allow hatred to cloud our path forward. The rainbow flag, the trans flag, the progress flag are symbols of love and unity. And what I see across our province, and I want to cite the terrible burning of the pride flag a few months ago, is unacceptable. But it isn't as common as the amount of times I see the raising of the pride flag, the amount of times I see queer activists create rallies for our community, the amount of times I see young kids accepted by their parents. I know that the flag has done what it needs to, and will continue to raise the flag because it's important for young people, elders, parents to know that they're supported, that they're welcome, that this is their home too. And it's up to us to negotiate with all of us for the better rights of each other. Friends, thank you so much. It's a tremendous honor to be able to be with all of you today. Thank you so much. I love you all. And please, please, please have fun tonight. Exercise your right to joy. I want you to be happy, and I want you to laugh, and I want you to smile. It's your right to joy that they want to take away, and we won't let them. Thank you, friends.
Thank you, Blake. I really liked how you said elders paved the way. How far will you take that path? And we're building a nation of love. That really spoke to me. I love that. All right, so our next speakers comes from the Edmonton Two-Spirit Society. Woohoo! Cheyenne, Meko, Q, Mekayo, okay. They, them. I want to get this right. Cheyenne, Meko, Kayo. KU, okay, and KU too. Oh, that's good. they, them. Is the executive director of E2S on the board of directors for the Boyle Street Education Center. As a grandchild of residential school survivors, Cheyenne's upbringing unfolded outside of their own cultural heritage, marked by a journey defined by adversity and resilience. With a fervent commitment to cultural reclamation, Cheyenne is on a path to recover the traditional teachings and Nehiyawaan language lost within their immediate family due to the enduring impacts of colonization. I love this part. Cheyenne lives by the mantra, aspire to inspire. Please welcome Cheyenne.
Hello, everyone. I'm sure you're wondering why I'm here, but it's very good news. We're going to have a 15-minute stretch break, get a coffee, get comfortable, and we'll keep on moving ahead like a good old Red River cart.
get down, I'm falling down. I look around to see if anyone cares. Who's at my door? Is it the shame from yesterday? Or is it the pain of seeing your face? Yeah, I get down. Try me one more time, see if I blink, and I'll always win this fight. You keep trying to break me, but you cannot take me tonight. Try me one more time. I get up, I'm climbing up, I'm reaching for trust, but nobody's there. Who's by my
Copy, copy. Hello, another very important announcement for everybody's attention. Your workshops will be beginning at 10 a.m. So if you're not registered for a workshop, now's the time to figure out which one you're going to and where it is, and we'll see you a little later after the workshop.
And if anyone wants a picture with Blake, he's going to stay on here.
Okay, and if you'd like to come up and take a quick picture with our wonderful Blake Desjardins, please feel free.
Try me one more time. Try me one more time. And try me one more time. See if I blink, and I'll always win this fight. You keep trying to break me, but you.
I need the mic.
Oh, sorry. What was your name? Blacksmith. Pleasure to see you.
Test. Breaking news. If your workshop is with Cheyenne, please stay here in Hall F, as this is one of the areas for the breakout workshops. Thank you.
First house on the left. Great. Did I print it out? Yeah.
Where can we go from here? Where can we go from here? A compass can't help us, we're tangled
Hey guys, I think we're starting. Hi folks, we need the stage please, sorry, thank you. I'm good? Okay, awesome, thank you. Hello, hello everybody. How you guys doing? How you folks doing? Oh, come on, we can do a little bit better than that. How are you all feeling? Okay. It's a little interesting to be doing my presentation on such a massive stage and to such a big room, but we're gonna make do. All right. So tense kakian weg maganak shan migo kaheo need sigason egwa we kask need sigason egwa the one who brings the last ones together need sigason amiskuchu askaigin otsinia. So my name is Cheyenne. I use they them pronouns, and I'm just going to be presenting today about just some two-spirit information, where we get the term from, and what the resurgence movement is looking like now. So we can start the slides. Awesome. So I usually like to start with just a little thank you note to all of the folks who have contributed to my learnings, my knowledges, obviously all the elders and knowledge carriers that I work with, such as Elder Ed LaValle, Richard Jenkins, Blue Waters, Ruby Dennis, Richard Hong, Leonard Saddleback, Roxanne Tatusis, the late Roxanne Tatusis, Pauline Paulson. So many amazing people have contributed to my knowledges that I carry, along with Gabe Caldron, who's a local Two-Spirit person, and the Altview Foundation, who helped me to develop this slide deck when I first started, and it's a pretty good one, so I keep using it. And then just before I go too further, I also like to start with a little bit of a land acknowledgement. So I was born here on Treaty 8 territory. I am part Nehiyaw, part settler. My family has roots in Driftpile Cree Nation in northern Alberta and Treaty 8 territory. But I still consider myself a guest here on this land, even though I was born and raised here, because it's not where my family has called home for generations. So when I think about a land acknowledgement, first and foremost, I really think about the Papas Chase First Nation, and how they were forcibly disbanded so that Edmonton could exist and thrive and grow. But I also like to think about my ancestors and where they come from and what my connection is to this land that I'm on now. And so I really like to encourage you folks to also take a moment to reflect about who you are and where you come from. How did you get to be on this land now? What is your relationship to this land? And how does your work, whether that be personal, professional, your fun, everything that you do on this land, how is that going to impact the health and well-being of not only the land itself, but the people who call this land home? And then finally, just thinking about what our commitment is. What is our commitment to that big R word, reconciliation? But as Indigenous people, we don't need to do the reconciling with ourselves, right? How do we support the growth of our communities? How do we support the thriving of our communities? And really just thinking about the land that you come from and how you're connected to that and what's the relationship between the two. So I really like to give thanks to my ancestors. They gave me life. They've cared for the land in northern Alberta. And I thank everybody whose ancestors have walked in these lands as well, because it's a really beautiful place to live in Misquechaskagan. It's really gorgeous, so I'm very grateful. So I'm probably going to talk entirely too much about myself over the next little while. But for those who don't know me, as I said, I'm Cheyenne. I use they, them pronouns. I have a Bachelor of Arts in Sociology. Currently, I'm the Executive Director of the Edmonton Two-Spirit Society. I've been with them since 2021, previously as the Community Liaison. I'm on the Board of Directors of a local high school called the Boyle Street Education Center. Lovely little school that works with primarily Indigenous students who experience disruptions to their education, and that was my former high school, so I really thank them for all of their support to getting me to where I am today. I do a little bit of drag sometimes. I got like 6 moves, a little bit of that. And in the drag world, I'm known as Tugs. I do masculine and feminine. And if there's Crees in the room having a little chuckle right now, yes, Tugs is what you think it is. Yes, it is. And if you don't get the joke, go find a Cree and ask them. They'll help you out. Alongside our lovely MC, Rob Gurney, I also hold the title of 2021-2022 Regional Two-Spirit Warrior. Rob and I were the inaugural title holders, and E2S is currently working to figure out how we're going to pass those titles on, because we're ready to do that now. And all of this is to say that I walk with a lot of intersecting identities, right? Like I'm Equeo, or neither man or woman, but all of the genders in one. I identify as non-binary, as fat, as neurodivergent. I have very severe ADHD, so if you see me moving a lot, that's why. I'm polyamorous. I'm all of these things that make me who I am. And some of these things really shift power towards me, especially being in a leadership position. That affords me a lot of privilege and power. But there are other parts of my identity that shift power away from me. And so I encourage folks who are watching the presentation today to think about what are your intersecting identities and how do you walk through life navigating those identities and how can they contribute, again, to the health and well-being of our community. So a little bit about Edmonton Two-Spirit. Ooh, I gotta go back one. He taught me how to use the clicker. Thanks, person. Appreciated. So Edmonton Two-Spirit Society is an intergenerational organization, and I say that very lovingly. The work that we're doing now is built off of a foundation of other individuals in the community who have been doing this work since the early 2000s, including Elder Ed LaValle, Richard Jenkins, Dale Acu, Ryan Buffalo, James McCocus. All of these individuals held different working groups in the city that were trying to address the needs of Two-Spirit people, but limited funding and limited opportunities meant that they needed to pass the torch on, or in James's case, he became a doctor and is saving the world. So we needed other people to step up. And so in 2018, Kisik Whiskey Jack was one of the founders to step into what we now call E2S. And we are a really lovely organization. We're dedicated to serving all Indigenous, queer, and trans folks, or folks who maybe don't necessarily identify as queer or trans, but they know that their place in their communities is outside of the binary or outside of what would be considered, foundational, I guess. So we are a lovely organization, and I'm very proud and honored to be part of our work. We're doing a lot of really cool things in the city, so watch our socials. We have some really big announcements coming in the coming months. So our little agenda is we're just going to talk about some of the history, the resilience of Indigenous people, and I do like to start with just a little bit of a trigger warning. It's difficult to talk about Two-Spirit knowledge without addressing genocide, without addressing colonization, homophobia, transphobia, all of these things that have made it difficult for folks in the resurgence movement, the stuff that we're fighting against, right? So if that stuff is a little heavy for you, you're welcome to take a step out. I'm not going to focus on the deficit stuff too much because we don't need to do that. We're not here to tell us how we're struggling. We're here to talk about how we're thriving and how we're surviving. And yeah, we don't need to focus on deficit based for that. Okay, and then we're going to go into a little bit about the resurgence movement, where the term Two-Spirit comes from, why we use this term, and then about how we can support each other within the community. I do like to give a little note about language. Like, language is always changing and growing, and sometimes we're using terms and we're like so confident in that term, and then we realize, oh, that term is actually harmful or offensive, or maybe it doesn't mean what I thought it meant. And if that's you and you're hearing stuff in my presentation today, like, give yourself grace to know that it's okay to make mistakes. If you're hearing a term that you use is outdated, you just adjust the language and practice it and move on. It doesn't need to be a big, like, whole thing, so you can just just remember that people understand language differently, and that we need to learn and listen from a place of love. Okay, so what does Two-Spirit mean? I always do this presentation for, I do this for a lot of non-Indigenous folks who have never heard this term before, who have no idea what it is. They Google it and they're like, ooh, they're a man and a woman. The Google definition is so basic. And so usually when folks come to my presentation and they say, well, what does two-spirit mean? I kind of laugh and go, I'm actually not going to tell you because I'm one two-spirit person. I'm just one guy. I'm Cree. I come with a Nehiyaw perspective. My perspective of what it means to be two-spirit is going to be very, very different from other individuals. Right? And it depends on your teachings, your language, and we'll get into that. But if we were to think about what two-spirit isn't, we can think a lot about some of the common misconceptions that spread around about our community. And I see these comments like in Instagram posts, I see them on social media of like, oh, all two-spirit people are just gay, or all two-spirit people are just trans. That two-spirit is new, we just made it up. And sure, the term is fairly new, but like we as a people have always existed. And so now we're just trying to figure out what language it is that we're gonna use to remind you that we're here, but it doesn't mean that it's something new. There's also this misconception that we all just carry the same teachings, we come from the same place, we have the same gender roles or the same sexualities, and that's really not true. Like, if we think of two-spirit people, it's like this really beautiful mosaic of identities that exist and are kind of weaved in together, and we don't all look a specific way. We don't all sound a specific way. We don't all walk, talk, and act and believe in the same things. And so I think it's really important that we remember that the binary of gender and sex is a myth, right? And that we can't assume someone's sex or gender or sexuality, or even that they're two-spirit just by looking at them. And just because they're Indigenous doesn't necessarily make them two-spirit if they are queer and trans. And I think that's another important distinction that we need to think about. But if we were to try to like kind of loosely define two-spirit in a way that kind of was not pan-indigenizing and in a way that was like accessible, I would say that two-spirit is a concept that honors gender and sexual diversity within Indigenous nations. And like we know that these stories exist because our Muslims and our Kookums tell us, because our elders carry these teachings. And some of these teachings have been lost along the way, and we'll talk about that. But we know through the traditional art of storytelling that two-spirit people have always existed. Just maybe the language that we use to describe these individuals was a little bit different. We also have a lot of anthropological research, primarily in the South, like in south of the Medicine Line, and I'll talk about some of the historical figures that we know about. But I find it really difficult to define what two-spirit is because I'm just one person and I have one perspective, and it's really not my right or my place to tell you what two-spirit could mean to you, especially as two-spirit people. I can't define that for you, but what I can do is hold a space for you to explore what that might look like, and I think that's a really important part of being two-spirit, is helping others understand what it means to them and not imposing any definitions onto any one of us. But we do come from a long line of resilience, right? Like and I know a lot of us don't like that word. We wouldn't have to be resilient if there wasn't all of these efforts and movements and bylaws and bills that really targeted our communities, right? We wouldn't have to worry about that word resilience, and we wouldn't have to worry about thriving if systems were set up for us to succeed. But we are working against the stream sometimes, swimming upstream against the current, but that's okay. So when we think about language, this is like one of my most favorite things about like being a two-spirit person as a Cree individual, was learning some of my traditional language and learning that Nehiyaweewin as a language is non-binary. It's a non-gendered language. We don't have pronouns in Cree, and that might be why some of our older folks, our elders, our knowledge carriers struggle with pronouns. It doesn't mean that your pronouns are any less valid. It just means that our languages, our Indigenous languages, often don't have gender in them. When we're referring to somebody, we're just referring to them in general. It's a very specific Nia, like me, Kia, you, right? And this is just Nehiyaweewin from my very basic understanding. Other Indigenous languages also have ways of honoring gender and sexual diversity. And not just through grammar and structure, but through the words that we have, right? Within Cree, we have 8 different genders. And so there's a really amazing researcher. If you've never heard of him, his name is Harlan Pruden. Big recommend to look into his work. He's just so lovely and just like the nicest human. I just love Harlan. But he did some research around the world, and he looked into Indigenous languages that refer to gender. And he found that there were over 130 unique terms around the world within Indigenous languages that honored gender diversity. How freaking cool is that? Like that there's words that describe us that we can see ourselves in. I remember for a long time, I didn't really understand my own diversity. I grew up as a young ADHD kid. I was the tomboy, you know, like when I was growing up, they put that tomboy label on me because I rejected femininity from a young age. I was already rejecting gender roles at a young age and not understanding. We didn't have the language for gender to be able to talk about this stuff with my family. And now we have a better understanding and we can. But back then they were like, oh, that's the tomboy, right? But what we didn't understand was that I'm actually Tastiawinawau. I'm actually part of the Tastiawinawak, which are the in-between people. It's a whole group of people that are like me. And the first time I heard that term, I cried. I was like, wow, like I've always felt in between everything. And now there's a Cree word that tells me that I am. And that's okay, that's beautiful, accepted, honored. How empowering was that for me? So when we think about Indigenous languages, we can really start to reflect on the many different words that honor the diversity that we walk with. And I just think that's so, so beautiful. But, you know, then the settlers came, and with settlers came binary restrictions. But, you know, when we think about like gender roles in particular, a lot of time when we think about what it means to be Two-Spirit, it gets shifted back to gender roles. And I want to just acknowledge that gender roles in a historical context aren't the same as now, that are often rooted in patriarchy and misogyny. You know, like women got to make babies and take care of the home, and men are the rough, tough, they're gonna go hunting. And back in the day, like in traditional societies, gender roles were a way to support our communities to thrive. We needed to live off the land, and we needed to have resources, and we needed to ensure that everybody had a place in the community so that we could thrive. And so gender roles weren't this like negative thing. It was just a way that we understood our responsibilities to our families, our communities, to the land, and to ourselves. Gender roles definitely kind of shifted, you know, throughout the years with the introduction of Eurocentric ideologies around patriarchy. But prior to that, historically, like, there was no issue with somebody stepping into a different role. And the three people I'm about to show you are not from like northern of the Medicine Isle, so not from what we colonially called Canada. They're from down south. But this individual, this is Oshtish. Oshtish is part of the Crow community, and they were pretty badass, to be honest. They were born in a biologically male body as an AMAB person, but they held all these really cool roles within their community that were typically held by the women. And they were not like shunned, they weren't shamed, they were actually like welcomed into their community. And they took that badassery into battle with them, and they were able to hold it down in battle. And they earned the name Finds Them and Kills Them because of their bravery within the 1876 Battle of the Rosebud. Unfortunately, like many Two-Spirit people historically, and again, Two-Spirit isn't the term that we would have used in the 1900s, that is a newer term, but for many folks, they were often arrested or jailed, and they were like criminalized for existing as just a gender or sexually diverse person within their community. Thankfully, you know, I think Oshtish is one of the ones that were able to make it back to their community, but some of these individuals, when they were taken and arrested, they would not actually get to return to their homelands, which is really sad for just existing as a Two-Spirit person. Here's two more individuals that I recommend you look into. I'm not going to go into all of it, but it's really neat to know that we have our anthropological information around people who were so diverse. Wiwa is like iconic down south. If you visit, I had the joy of attending the Bates Two-Spirit powwow this summer, and getting to see that Wiwa has her own star on the Walk of Fame in Castro District in San Francisco. And if you're not familiar with the Castro District, it's a pretty iconic area where a lot of the LGBTQIA rights movements began. And Wiwa is recognized within that community. But and this is where we get into some of the harder stuff. And I know I don't need to explain all of this, but we do have to contextualize a little bit. So when the settlers arrived, there was this like misunderstanding of who we are, what we were. They look at us, that we look different, we sound different, they don't know our language, so they're not able to actually effectively communicate to understand the teachings, the ceremonial roles that people held. And they went out of their way to actually harm us. They put labels on us of words that we weren't, like a term. This is not a term that we use anymore, it's more of a slur now, but berdache was a term that was forced on our community because they didn't understand, and they didn't have the Indigenous languages to be able to talk about these individuals who were clearly different than what they're used to back in Europe, where a lot of our settlers came from. And there was this real push to actively remove us from our communities, to actively remove us from our ceremonies, to remove us from even the narrative of the history of what we call Canada now. And a lot of these were done through systems of eradication. Nope, back one. Sorry, I'm not used to being on a big... Where do I push it? Here? I want to go back one. There. Nope. Okay, I think I'm actually just missing a slide there. The slide that would be before this would be residential schools. Maybe it's okay that we don't see that. But when we talk about residential schools, I've been kind of actually shifting my language around that. I've been calling them religious encampments lately, which comes from an elder that I sat in circle with recently. And the way they talked about it was very like, yeah, I needed to shift my language from calling them schools to actually calling them what they are, which was encampments. When we talk about the encampments, we know about the loss of language. We know about the sexual violence. We know about the physical violence. But some of the conversation I think that gets left out is the introduction of like rigid gender binaries, right? You have all of a sudden boys and girls are forced to look a certain way. They have to cut their hair, or they have to have it real short, right? A lot of braids getting cut. That is actually really important in our culture for a lot of communities to have a connection to your hair. But what we don't really talk about is heteronormativity within these encampments, right? The like rigid cisgender ideologies where you can't exist as either one or the other. You have to, or you can't exist in between. You have to be one or the other. You can't be both. I had a beautiful experience this past summer sitting with a lovely two-spirit person in the South, Raven Heavy Runner. And Raven shared a story with me of somebody that he's spoken with who's survived through the schools. And it's a story that's been passed down. And so Raven passed that story to me. And it was the story of this young girl who was in the encampments, and she was born in a male's body, but she knew that she was a female, and she was raised that way by her family until she was stolen and put into the schools. And she managed to get by as a femme passing person within the school until there was a lice outbreak. And when the lice outbreak happened, the nuns and the priests discovered that she was in a male body. And they took her female clothes and they put her in the outfit that they expected her to be in because of the body parts that she had. And when all of the students saw her return, they hissed at her. Tss, tss. And it wasn't a thing directed at her, it was an acknowledgement of the loss of a part of her identity, that she had been stripped of something that made her who she was. And that story really sticks with me. Just thinking of this photo. Back one again. Go ahead. Yeah. When I look at this photo, I don't see the in-between people here. I don't see diversity here. Where does the two-spirit person exist in these schools? This photo makes me sad, not just because we don't know what happened to all these kids, but because this is where our ceremonies started to get impacted. This is where the loss of our teachings began. And this is where homophobia and transphobia was introduced. All of these really negative, awful things that impact our communities still today at systemic levels, massively systemic levels, can be right back down to a photo like this. Makes me sad. But we're not here to talk about just the deficit stuff. They always call me crying. I'm always crying. I'll probably cry like 3 or 4 more times over the next 37 minutes. But these cultural teachings weren't ours. These weren't our ways of being and knowing. And one thing that we have to really remember when we're talking about healing and reconciliation is all of the people that did survive the encampments and the internalized shame they came out of those schools with. Their own internalized homophobia, their own internalized transphobia, and these beliefs that the diversity is bad. These beliefs that we don't exist or fit in to ceremonial spaces because we're different. And we just know that's not true. And so now we need to hold space for those people that need to do the unlearning because that was forced on them. And we need to have some grace with our older folks who are struggling with our pronouns, who are struggling with the idea of gender diversity. And that's not to say that everybody gets a free pass and they get to just be jerks to us. No, of course not. But we need to find a balance in how we care for our community, and that includes helping our older generations relearn our teachings, welcoming them back into the circle as much as Two-Spirit people also need to be welcomed back. I'm scared to push it now. Am I not pushing it hard enough? Help. Oh, there we go. Okay, it went over. We also can't forget the 60s scoop, right? We can't forget all of those kids that were taken from their homes and basically sold to white families. So as much as the Two-Spirit kiddos who ended up in the encampments, I think about the Two-Spirit kiddos that are now in care, that have been in care or are struggling to come out of care, and how the 60s scoop impacted a whole generation of people who could have had cultural teachings about who they are. And now not only are they having to reconnect with indigeneity, but they're also having to reconnect with queer and trans identities and that intersection of being queer and trans and Indigenous. So there's a lot of love and hope in how we care for our elders and how we care for the people who were taken from us and how we help them hold this knowledge again. There was a lot of impacts from the systems of colonization that were set up. You know, there was this loss of culture, loss of language, sexual violence, pillaging of our communities, stealing of our artifacts and our ceremonial items, banning of our ceremonies even. But like going a step deeper, that we also had a loss of our whole community. We have all these Indigenous, queer and trans, and some way diverse people who are now trying to get back into Indigenous communities, back into Indigenous spaces, and say, hey, I'm here. I mean, I exist. Like Blake said earlier, we exist. We know we exist because, hey, we're right here, right now. But we need to help other people remember that we exist. And we need to do that in a way that's good, that's kind, that's gentle, but that's firm, right? We don't need to take no crap. We don't need to accept homophobia and transphobia as a tolerated part of our society, no. But we can help people to overcome these things in a gentle and kind manner, but firm, always firm. So that's when we get to the resurgence movement. The resurgence movement is something that I'm incredibly honored and proud to be a part of, and I never really would have thought of myself as somebody who could hold this space. A lot of times people walk around with this term Two-Spirit. I'm Two-Spirit, but I don't know what that means. I don't know where the term comes from. I don't know why I use this term. We just know it's a term that we have that's there and it loves us and it holds us and we can be under it. But when we think about the actual term, like where it came from, in 1989, we all know what happened in the 80s, in the 90s, in queer communities. We had an epidemic of people who were dying from AIDS, HIV-related deaths. And Indigenous communities were really disproportionately impacted by this process. And we were kind of left out of the research. We were kind of being left out of the work that was, let's call it what it is, it was taking place in cis gay spaces, right? White cis gay spaces. That's where a lot of the research, the medications, everything went to those communities first. Indigenous communities had access to PrEP like years before the rest of the country, and they just forgot to tell us. So in the late 80s, there was a group of individuals, many leaders, not just in Canada, but from down south in the Medicine Line, who were starting to have conversations around how do we collect ourselves? How do we not necessarily separate ourselves from other non-Indigenous LGBTQIA folks? It's not about othering ourselves. It's about acknowledging that we walk with a different context, that there's a connection between being Indigenous and being LGBTQIA. And so these people were taking time to really think about this and entering into ceremonial spaces to ask for information. And Myra Laramie is a really lovely human. I just finally this summer had the past chance to meet her, but she was in a pipe ceremony. And she was praying in that ceremony, like, how do we do this work? What do we, what's the next step? What do we call ourselves? Help me. Praying to Spirit, help me. And she heard through her prayers this word, Nij Manidoag, which is Anishinaabe-Moan, and it directly translates to Two-Spirit. And that's where we get that term from. It comes from ceremony. It comes from spirit. Myra understood at that time that that was a term she could bring to the rest of the community. She will fight you if you say that she coined that term. No, no, no. She did not coin that term. It was gifted to her in ceremony, and then at the next year, in 1990, she took it to the Native American Gay and Lesbian Conference that was happening in Winnipeg that year. Fun fact, the Native American Gay and Lesbian Conference still happens every year, but now it's called the International Two-Spirit Gathering. We just had the 36th annual this past year. How cool is that? That in 1990, I was 3 years old when this group of leaders collectively decided together, this is a term we can see ourselves in. This is an umbrella term that can hold us underneath it, that we can be united. But it's also what we call a placeholder term. It's meant to encourage you to reconnect to your Indigenous languages, to learn those teachings, to sit with your elders, sit with the knowledge carriers, sit with the people in your community to understand what gender and sexuality looks like for you, for your nation, for your teachings. Because it's going to be different from mine. It's going to be different from Myra. It's going to be different from the other individuals in the photo. This is actually, can we throw that back up there for a second? This is actually a photo from that gathering. On the left, in the blue and the white, that's Myra Laramie. In the center is Beverly Little Thunder, and on the right is Barbara Bruce. And these are three powerhouses that are still doing work in our community to this day. They're still holding space for all of the young ones. And I've had a chance to meet them, all three of them, and hold space with them. And Beverly Little Thunder said it really, really nicely this past summer. When they were in this conference and they were talking about Two-Spirit, it was always understood that that wasn't going to be a term for everybody. It was always understood that the language was going to shift and grow and adapt. And it has already. We have the term indigiqueer now, right? Because some folks, the cultural context of Two-Spirit feels intense. It's not meant to. It's not meant to put pressure on people. It's not meant to say, you have to be in ceremony because you're Two-Spirit. No. But sometimes people perceive it that way, and that's okay. And so they choose language that matches them better, and that's beautiful. And so now we have indigiqueer. And in 20 years, we might have a whole other term. In 20 years, maybe we don't even have a term because everybody's already reconnected to their language. That's a hard thing to do. As someone who's reconnecting right now, it is really difficult. It's hard to get back into your community. It's hard to get back into your language and your ceremonies, especially when you're diverse. When you don't know what you have to wear to go to a ceremony. When you don't know if you're going to be accepted into a ceremony because of the body parts that you have. Being told in a ceremony, once an elder said to me, I was like, it was way before I was just starting to have these early conversations of am I Two-Spirit? Had never even had any teachings, but I was feeling called to it. And so I asked this elder in a lodge once, and he said, don't concern yourself with that. Basically told me, have babies, be a mom, do that. That's your role. No. Sorry, that's not my role. I cried in that lodge. The last 3 rounds of that lodge I spent bawling because I knew I wasn't meant to birth children. I've known that my whole life. I'm not going to be a person that births children. I have a disconnection from my uterus. So how do I honor that part of my body while not being connected to it at all? And I got out of that lodge and I I just knew. I was like, that was my answer. And it didn't come from that individual who has colonized understandings of what it means to be Two-Spirit. It came from spirit. It came from crying. It came from praying, letting myself out in that lodge. And I came out of it being like, wow, I have a lot of learning to do. I have no idea what this means. And I'm still figuring it out. And that's okay. Nothing is meant to be perfect, right? So that is where the term comes from. We recognize that it's not universally a good fit for every single Indigenous person who's queer or trans or in some way different. And that's okay. If it's not something that you feel you want to take claim to and you have another term that you enjoy, use it. If it's respectful and not excluding or, rooted in hatred, we encourage you to identify in a way that feels right to you, to your language, to your culture, to you as an individual. And it's okay. It's okay if you want to use Two-Spirit, it's okay if you don't. But it's there to love you and hold you. And it's there for you to see yourself in. Because for a lot of our elders back in the day, they didn't have that. They didn't have representations of Ed or other elders to look to. A lot of our elders didn't make it out of the 90s. A lot of the elders didn't make it out of the encampments that should be elders now. They should be holding space for us now, and we should be learning from them and supporting them. But we don't have them. So we need to hold on to those that we do, and we need to give thanks for the people who prayed for us. Because I think it's super cool that when I was in probably one of the hardest times of my life as a young kid, growing up in violence and abuse, that I had people praying for me. And meeting those people and conversing with them is really powerful. So just know that we're all praying for all of you as well. And we're praying for that next 7 generations so that they don't have to do all this hard work that we're doing now, that they can just come and grow and thrive and be. So that's where the term Two-Spirit comes from. I'd like to just play a quick little video. This is a video that we created. And you might recognize someone in that video right there. These are some videos that E2S created around the time of COVID, when there was not a lot of opportunities for people to connect with elders, to connect with knowledge. And so these videos were created out of a need for just something, anything, basically. I do want to give a little bit of a warning. When one of our elders is talking about the different genders, she uses a word that's outdated. She uses the word hermaphrodite. We recognize now that that is not an acceptable word, that we use the word intersex. So just want to give that little caveat. So you can go ahead and play the video now.
So many people think that culture is a product, but it's the process. So to follow the culture is to actually follow this way of life. It's to follow that process. That's what makes us unique in the world. That's what gives us our identity.
It's important for people to gain this knowledge because of the high addiction rates, the high suicide rates. There's Two-Spirited people who I see repeatedly leave their families, leave their home communities.
As a teenager, I noticed that I was more attracted to males than I was females. In the community where I grew up, there was no talk about homosexuality. Although my mother, she was more a traditional person, she accepted people for what they are.
My mother initially wasn't very supportive when I first came out, but eventually through culture was able to reconnect to enough cultural information and knowledge, and she kind of journeyed with our Two-Spirit group in Edmonton for some of our knowledge transfer gathering ceremonies.
How I started learning as a young Two-Spirited person, feeling disconnected and lost, was I reached out to elders. Some elders weren't open to having those discussions, or they didn't know how to have those discussions with me. And the elders that did have those conversations with me had them in private, and they would quietly reassure me there that the knowledge that I was seeking was important and it was needed, and that they were aware of Two-Spirited people in our home community when they were children.
So it's really important that we know what our culture is so that we can follow it. So if you know your culture, then you get closer to those things that were given to us by the Creator and the Creator Mother. It's an important way to expand your mind and to expand your heart, to learn the most vital lessons of the culture, which is kindness and compassion.
I believe some of the reasons why Two-Spirit knowledge and Two-Spirit awareness went underground is the impact of colonization, and especially residential school.
Erasing our part of the community was important for the settlers and for the new arrivals because they wanted access to the resources of the land, and the people were in the way. And what made the people strong was our connection to spirit. And so if you want to minimize the strength of a community, then you go after their ceremonial people.
Powwows and sun dances all went underground up until 1951, when they changed the law. I was 22 when I saw my first powwow, Port Capos, Saskatchewan, about 1962. So that I saw it, and when I saw these people dancing very proudly, I said, I have to dance.
In 2003, I engaged in a personal cultural knowledge gathering journey to find out about what does the culture say about us from a Cree perspective, Nahio perspective here in Alberta. And doing that process was so challenging for me, but it was also exciting and scary.
The reason why we need men and women is because they have a very different perspective on the world, on their roles, and how they view the universe and who they speak to in the universe. Well, it's the same with all genders, with equal. It's neither man nor woman. It is all genders together, equal. And the roles of each of them would fall in the same way that it is identified, between men and women. We believe that there are 8 genders, so we'll say man, woman, equal, two-spirited. We have hermaphrodites, asexual, contrary, androgynous, and transgender.
I spent 5 years with the Indian Cultural College in Saskatoon working with elders. It's during that period that I learned a lot about Aboriginal culture. I learned somewhat about two-spirited people. There is a society with our Aboriginal people called Huichugukanak, and apparently that society has a lot of two-spirited people. I've seen them in action, and they're beautiful people. They mostly perform at sun dances. When they perform at sun dances inside Sundance Lodge, people are urged not to look upon them because of their healing and spiritual powers.
When I was doing the cultural knowledge process and finding stuff out, two-spirit, gender-diverse folks were quite integral in ceremonies, in ritual, and in cultural practice. We're part of the medicine that the community needs to shift back into a level playing field for all of the genders, because there's more genders besides the male, female. The Adam and Eve story, right? That there's the rest of us that help those two do that work that they do.
When we're speaking about equal, what are we missing? What are we missing if we do not allow equal to blossom and find themselves and find their roles and find that knowledge, that huge medicine and contribution that they're making to the world.
So as we uncover and unpack all of this trauma that we've experienced as human beings on the planet, I can take solace in knowing that I fit now. I'm here for a reason. Creator created me for all kinds of reasons.
There are good people out there, people who want to share their knowledge, people who will love you just because you're you. They won't want anything from you. Their intent won't be to hurt you or embarrass you or shame you, but rather to nurture your learning, to nurture your growth, to listen to your process of learning.
One of our relatives was being honored. The family members were asked to get up and take part in that initial round dance. Well, we got up, or asked to get up. My partner sit down, but our family members said, "You are now part of the family. Get up." This was done in front of the whole community. They are accepting we are together, which is a good way of knowing that you are being accepted as a couple.
I just want to take a second to, I'm a little emotional watching that because I haven't watched it in a while. The elder Ed and his partner Lloyd that you saw there, the last of the end, we lost Lloyd recently last year. It was very quick and we all miss him very much. And it was funny when we were filming that, Lloyd was like, "I don't want to be in this video. I don't want to talk. I'm happy in the background." He liked cooking and doing other things. He wasn't the front facing like Ed is. But when we were wanting to do some B-roll shots, so just the little shots that you include behind a lovely voiceover, we asked Lloyd if he would be in them with them. And so Ed and Lloyd walked together and they went to that bench and we took this picture of them. And then as they were recording, they just did this very natural little kiss. And it was one of the most beautiful moments I think I've ever seen, because Ed and Lloyd were the very first introductions I had to queer elderly love within a Two-Spirit context. I had never met Two-Spirit elders who had such a beautiful bond before. And so I just really like to give great thanks to Ed and Lloyd for being that representation, that we can grow up, we can have love, we deserve it, it's there for us, we can get old, we can thrive. And that's where the contemporary Two-Spirit movement has led us to today, that we're reclaiming our spaces in the community. Not only in ceremonial context, not just in the traditional roles of like kinship support or psychology support, mediators, peacekeeping, but we're doing so much other cool stuff. Like Two-Spirits are badass, pardon my language, but all across Turtle Island, Two-Spirit people are thriving right now. And we're seeing more and more acceptance, both within Indigenous and non-Indigenous spaces. That's not to say that there's still not a lot of work to be done. Powwows are still gendered, right? You still have the male-female categories, but we see more Two-Spirit powwows now, right? We still have a struggle to have a lot of Indigenous communities welcome us. Reservations, settlements, there's still some hatred there. But some people are doing the work, and some people are willing to help us do that work. This lovely human on the left is another one of the elders that I've been so blessed to know. That's Mani Chakabe. She has a book, an autobiography, My Two-Spirit Journey, I think it's called. She's just a character, if you get a chance to read her book. She's another one of those people who's been doing this work and holding space for us. This other photo is me with some other leaders at the Montana Two-Spirit Gathering. On the far right, you have Angel, and they're the executive director of the Bay Area American Indian Two-Spirits. They host the Two-Spirit Powwow. They were the very first group to ever throw a Two-Spirit Powwow, and it's thriving, it's growing, it gets bigger and bigger every year. People travel from all around Turtle Island. To his left is John R. Sillyboy. That's the executive director of the Wabanaki Two-Spirit Society. Another amazing human doing work all across the Atlantic communities, making sure that there's Mi'kma'ki representation. And then to the left of that is Jordy Ironstar. You might know that name. Jordy Ironstar is a pretty badass beater. They're with the Two Spirits in Motion Society, but they're also, they started their own alliance with some of their friends in Saskatchewan called the Two Spirits Alliance of Saskatchewan. Another really fierce person doing really good work. And we see this work happening all over the place. We've got so many Two-Spirit societies now popping up all over the place, grassroots-led, and some like us at E2S or the Two-Spirited People of the First Nations who have large teams. At Two-Spirited People of the First Nations, they have over 100 staff. They have crisis supports, they have mental health supports, they have harm reduction, they have parenting programs. There's goals for us at E2S. We look to these other organizations to see how we can do better. And we look to our community to see how we can do better. We see more cultural practices now, more Two-Spirit ceremonies. This last summer, we held the very first Two-Spirit Sundance in contemporary times in colonial Canada. And it was one of the most incredible experiences I've ever had of my life. And that very same weekend, we had Edmonton's very first Two-Spirit powwow. Two iconic, legendary Two-Spirit things happening on the same weekend, that's what we've been praying for. That's growth, that's resurgence. I'm all sniffly now because I've been crying. But we see people doing community awareness. We have some fierce advocates. We have people in politics, not just Blake, but Brooks Arcand-Paul. How amazing is it to turn on your TV and see people fighting for us in positions where their voices are being heard? That's incredible. We have community shaping power now. That's unheard of in the last few generations. And that's because of the people doing that work for us. We're involved in research. E2S just wrapped up a research project national-wide, interviewing folks from all across Canada to get their experiences, to see how we can do better. And more Two-Spirit specific spaces like this, right here, right now. You are living in history right now by being at the very first Métis 2SLGBTQIA gathering. Yeah, you're part of the resurgence movement. And this movement can't exist without each and every one of us bringing our best to it. Maybe our best looks different day to day, and that's okay. But we bring ourselves to it. We put our love and our intention into our community, and then we get spaces like this to be together. And I always say Two-Spirit spaces are my favorite to be in because they're big vibes. It's big energy. When we went to the 36th annual gathering in Halifax, we caused floods. They were like, this is not our normal weather for August. But we literally caused flash floods. That's how powerful those people were coming into that space. So we're seeing more and more Two-Spirit acceptance. I also want to share a couple really badass Métis folks that I've had the pleasure of knowing recently. On the left, you have Jaylene Time. Jaylene Time is a really wonderful artist, performer, and Indigenous advocate. She's Métis and trans. She's badass. She also works with the CBRC, the Community-Based Research Center, who has a Two-Spirit program doing Two-Spirit-centered research, bringing medicine bundles and sexual health awareness back to our community, empowering us to take control of our sexual health, and reminding us that we're still sacred even if we're sexy. There's also Shanice Steele, an incredible Afro-Indigenous Métis Kwe. She's queer, she does writing and education and consulting. She's really incredible. And I think we need to hold more space for our Afro-Indigenous kin because they're left behind. And oftentimes, the darker they are, the more racism they face from their own kin. And that has to stop. We have to hold space for all of our kin. We don't need blood quantum. We don't need that. Obviously, pretendianism is real, especially in the Two-Spirit community. But we still need to hold and love the people who don't look like what we think an Indian should look like. And then you have Ash Moreau. Ash is incredible. Another Two-Spirit Métis, does a lot of like arts and creation of things. They call themselves a maker of things. And they also do some consultancy stuff. I saw them do a workshop recently on lateral kindness. And it was mind-blowing. We need to love each other more. We can't keep tearing each other down. The rest of society has done that to us for years. It's our time to be collective and united and holding space for all of the different identities that we walk in. These are only 3 people. I was like, had a list of people I wanted to share today, and I was like, okay, I just need to rein it in because I know so many incredible Two-Spirit people, and there's so many I don't know yet. All right. So, how do we create supportive spaces for ourselves? How do we care for each other? A lot of times when I come to this part in the presentation, it's because I'm presenting to a bunch of white people who had never heard the term Two-Spirit before, or like I said, they Googled it and they were like, ooh, cool. Could I be that? No, you are not Indigenous. Two-Spirit is by us and for us. It has to be. There's other terms that non-Indigenous people can take claim to. That's why we have such a long acronym, and it gets longer, because there's so many people who get left out of the narrative. But when it comes to creating Two-Spirit supports, the biggest recommendation that I always make is in a ceremonial context. Create Two-Spirit safe ceremonies. Someone should never be forced to wear a skirt or sit on a certain side of a lodge or be banned from lifting a pipe that's meant for the men because they have a vulva, even though they're a trans mass person. No one should ever be screamed at in ceremony. No one should ever feel like they don't have access to spirit. That's not our right. And so how do we help our ceremonialists create space for that? And where they can't, we'll make our own. You don't want us in your ceremony, then we'll do it ourselves. Because we need to care for ourselves. Volunteer, help out. Help out with your local Two-Spirit organizations, help out with your friends. I know a lot of people here already volunteer for E2S. We're very grateful for the people that step up for our community. Check in on each other, especially your elders, especially elders who have mobility issues or are living on low income or living rurally. We need to check in on each other and make sure that we're doing okay. And when we're not doing okay, helping each other by offering support, connecting each other to resources, but doing legwork on resources, right? I think that's a big thing about doing resource referrals is making sure we know that when we're sending someone to a lodge, to an organization, that they're gonna be welcoming of us. That we don't have to sit there and do a 20-minute education on what it means to be Two-Spirit before we can even get help. And that's not just, like, that's our doctors, that's our nurses, that's anybody that we come in contact to. We're already doing that work every day. So we gotta minimize that as much as possible because it's a lot of legwork to have to come out every time. And to have to be, really, these are tobacco questions. Give me some tobacco and then I'll tell you what it means to be Two-Spirit. Include us in the narrative. Did you know that in the TRC, in the final report, there's one mention of Two-Spirit people? And it says, we did a focus group with Two-Spirit people. That's it. It doesn't tell you who was in it. It doesn't tell you what the outcomes of that focus group are. When you look at the TRC calls to action, we are not included. There is no Indigenous, queer, and trans support within those calls to action. We're left out of the narrative at every level. There was a document that was made in the last couple years. It's a really long title, but the Subcommittee for 2SLGBTQIA+ MMIWG Action Plan, like working group. It's a really long name. Come find me afterwards and I'll direct you to the report. But that report was the very first official document in all of our whole damn country to say, hey, we gotta do better for this community. So we need to make sure that we're speaking up for ourselves and for each other so that we're not left out. We're not in UNDRIP, we're not in the TRCs, we're not included in any of it. So now we see more growth, but there's still some work to be done. And so it's taking us to use our voices to be able to do that. Respecting identity and learning that identity of your friends, your peers, your family, and that includes pronouns. If the youth are telling us that pronouns make them feel safe, we need to respect that, even if it's uncomfortable for us to learn. If you're not uncomfortable in your learning, then that's where the most growth happens, is when you sit with the most parts of yourself that make you feel the most uncomfortable, and then you adjust and you adapt to be more accepting and loving and kind. And just remind each other that you love each other, that we're worthy, we're valid. That's really important. It's also really important that we support families. We support Two-Spirit people in their efforts to make families, to take on kinship roles, to act as surrogate parents. If we want our community to keep growing, we need to encourage the parents who are trying to be parents to have that. We need to support them in having that. We need to make sure that we're not assuming people's family organizations, however it works, right? The hierarchy of a family. I think it's something that gets left out of the conversation too much. We need to help Two-Spirit people build families. We need to provide them with the supports for that, to take on those kinship opportunities when other family members can't care for their little ones. How do we step into those roles? And how do we feel supported in that? And then lastly, not that one. Nope, back one. I don't know if you can just do it up there and just go back one. Yeah, thank you. No, one more over, the other way. It's finicky, isn't it? No. Back one. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, there's one slide between these two. I don't know if we're going to get there or not, but it basically is just me reminding you that you are loved. I was going through a really rough time in 2020, right before I got my job with E2S, actually. I had been in a Cree class, and this individual came in and indirectly shamed me for carrying my traditional name as my legal name. And I went through this whole rabbit hole of, I'm not good enough, I'm not Indigenous enough, I'm not Two-Spirit enough, I don't even know what that means, I don't have any teachings. And then I seen Harlan Pruden talk, and it was amazing. It was the first time I ever heard anything about any of this, and I just knew I was in the right spot. And at the end of it, he said, does anyone have any questions? And I said, yeah. What would you say to somebody like me who feels disconnected? I was just starting to meet E2S, wasn't really involved in anything yet. And he just looked in the camera, because it was Zoom, COVID life, what up? He looked in the camera and he goes, I love you. And that was all he had to say, I love you. And so that's what I end my presentation with today, is I love you. You are valid, you are worthy, you are exactly as Creator meant for you to be, you are who your ancestors pray for, and you have a responsibility to keep praying for the next 7 generations. You're part of a movement. No pressure. Hi, kinanash kumitinawa.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure hearing you. I didn't know you had a degree in sociology. That explains so much. You're so aware. Oh, Marcy, we will see you back here in about 11:15 for our 2SLGBTQIA+ in the arts panel with author, social media personality, and climate activist, Cree Nomad, she, they, Juno-nominated singer-songwriter Shawnee Kish, she, her, and beadwork artist May Beads, they, them. We'll see you in 15 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for coming back. So just a quick announcement, the clothing, grab yourself as many items as you want. Grab them some friends, for family. We have lots. Please grab some. All right, welcome back. Our 2SLGBTQIA plus in the arts panel begin now, shortly. Before that, I would like to bring your attention to the QR codes on your tables. And there's a microphone right in the middle here if you'd like to speak on there and be an extrovert. You can ask either the whole panel or a particular individual within the panel. If you prefer writing your question, you can scan the QR code to submit your question to the panel via our online collaboration tool, Sildo. For our live stream audience, the link is the Sildo is in the chat. Right now for the questions, okay. Our panelists for this session are author, social media personality, and climate activist, Cree Nomad. Juno-nominated singer-songwriter, Shawnee Kish. I just want to note these teeth. Look at those teeth. I asked her, are those veneers? No, these are veneers. Anyways, and beadwork artist, May Beads. To start off, I'll ask everyone to introduce themselves, and I'll just start from here.
Hello again, or hello for the first time. I'm Shawnee Kish. I was born and raised in Niagara, small town in Niagara, and I like to say I'm a little bit of a gypsy. I kind of run around Canada. I've lived in Edmonton, which was my favorite place to live with my wife. But we had recently moved to take care of my mom who had a stroke. We are now in Ontario, so that is where I live, in Fort Erie. I'm a singer-songwriter, and love to talk more about how I've used music in my life as medicine to survive and thrive. So excited to chat and hang out with everyone today.
We have one.
Oh, okay. Yep, great.
Hello, Chauncey, Brittany Supernal Nitsi Gassen, a Musquechi Wiskaigan Oceania, Maga Kiwetana Kayate Oceania. Hi, my name is Brittany Supernold. I currently live here in Edmonton, Alberta. However, I'm originally from East Prairie Métis settlement. I am here to talk mainly about my work as an artist. I'm a writer by trade, so I'm very excited to talk about being a published author, but also just like my other work in the arts. So thank you for having me.
Tansei Ella Nitsigason Winnipeg Ochinia. So hi, my name is Ella Thompson. I am originally from Winnipeg, Manitoba. I currently live in Amiskwacis, Waskahigan, but I was born and raised in Winnipeg. I am a citizen of the Manitoba Métis Federation and a member of the Two-Spirit Local, and I am a beadwork artist and also a student in Native Studies at the University of Alberta. Thank you.
That's right, let's hear some noise. Takes a lot of courage to be up here. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for being here. And thank you for setting this up. There's a lot of moving parts behind here, up there. So thank you very much. You guys are doing amazing putting this together. Thank you. So we're going to start with some questions, and each of you can answer them as they come. This is more of a kind of a bio question, your bio question. How did you become who you are today?
How much time do we have? You know, I feel like my gifts make me strong, but my struggle has made me powerful. I feel like the things that I once felt like were meant to break me has made me who I am today, and that's come with time and age. But just now understanding the purpose of it all and moving forward, the things that I struggle with even today. But it was a lot harder back then as a young person to understand the purpose, the meaning of it all, and how confusing that was. But I'm grateful for my teachings. I'm grateful for my culture. I'm grateful for getting to know art and music to kind of pull me through those times. But I now understand that that whole journey was just a part of the process of becoming and continuing to use that in today's struggles. When I'm, faced up against that struggle, it's understanding it all has meaning and purpose. So I think that's, if that answers the question.
Thank you very much. All right, how did you become who you are today?
So I'm here to talk about my writing, but there's a lot of different parts of that story. I've been a writer, or a storyteller, I should say, since I was born. I was born into kind of like this practice of storytelling. I mean, we all are. We're Indigenous. So, a lot of our morality, a lot of our teachings come through stories. And as a young kid growing up in the middle of the forest, there was nothing to do. So I wrote stories. I used to sneak up onto the roof of my mother's trailer and just look up at the treetops with my little pen and my paper and stuff and just write stories as a way to kind of escape the harder circumstances. On settlements, we have a lot of food insecurity, we have a lot of water insecurity, and a lot of people living in impoverished conditions and everything. And that's a hard way to grow up. And so I use storytelling as a way to escape. And then how I got into professionally being a writer, when I was 14 years old and I was attending town school, I interacted with a lot of racist teachers and authority figures who told me that because of who I am and where I come from, I wouldn't be able to do the things I want to do. The dreams that I had were too big, and I basically would never escape the small town I was from. And I'm kind of a little, I'm not petty, but I just I have such a strong self-belief that propelled me into doing all of these things, yes, kind of despite them, to be okay, you told me no, watch this. And so I worked really hard at writing and everything, and I became a full-time freelance writer by the age of 21. And since then, I've written I've written many articles, and I also do social media work as well, which has helped even further propel my career in writing. Thanks to Bannock shaking, people were really had a keen eye on me and my work, and so I'm very thankful for that. And yeah, and then this past February, I actually published my debut novel, Hey June, and yeah, I'm very excited about it. And I just, proved those who told me I couldn't wrong. So, yeah.
I don't know. This is a hard one. I always say I'm an accidental artist in that I never kind of consciously made the decision to get into art and become an artist. I started beading about 4 years ago when I was working for the Louis Riel Institute, and I just started making work and posting it on Instagram, and as that happened, it kind of opened doors for me to allow myself to exhibit in galleries and be a part of really cool events like this. And I am not a full-time artist. I work at it in my spare time because I am a full-time student currently, but I love art. To me, my work is what kind of grounds me in the busyness of being a student, being a person, being when I need to have something that just kind of takes my mind off all of the stress that I've been experiencing. Art is what I've turned back to over and over again. When I was growing up, I never felt like I could be an artist because I actually failed 8th grade art class. Didn't know you could do that, but I did. So I never kind of thought there was a space for me as a Métis person, as a Two-Spirit person in the arts world because I saw Western art as just something that I couldn't do and that I wasn't good at. And only kind of when practicing art that my ancestors have done for generations have I really kind of realized that I can be an artist, and art is kind of for everyone, and everyone has a medium that works for them. It just might not be what you learn in 8th grade art class. Thank you.
Yeah, art is so subjective. Just like drag, all art is valid. You're all artists up here. So thank you so much for being here. So the next question is, and you can have your own microphone. Look at that. Okay. Don't touch my stuff. What has or who has been your primary inspiration?
Music. Music has given me a chance to live. You know, I really did feel like that wasn't a possibility at one point, and still does. Music just makes me feel like it gives me such meaning and purpose, which is so important for survival. I just feel like it's kind of lit this path for me to walk, but also understand that more importantly, it's also a path for me to leave behind. So I use it, and knowing that how important it is to who I am, to my spirits, to my journey to live in my artistic self and express that. And that's sometimes easier said than done. I'm sure we can, you know, as an artist, we were talking about that yesterday, an artist's brain is a sometimes confusing place, you know, with finding your identity and feeling good and safe within your identity and being able to express that. So it's a journey, but art has given me music, being able to write, being able to express, being on stage feels like home. I'm so awkward and uncomfortable in real life, but then stage just makes me feel like it's like communicating, being able to share, you know, this, however you express yourself musically on stage, it's just being able to communicate with each other through sound, through this vibration. It feels like so purposeful that I do not take advantage of. I'm so grateful for what you know, the gifts that I've been given, and understand that, you know, it definitely comes with an importance, because I know that it's about leaving something behind for me. It's about, you know, for the ones that need to know the same way I've used music in my life. So it's been music.
Thank you so much. Music is so powerful. Who or what is your inspiration?
Just existence. As a storyteller, one of my gifts is observance. It's being observant of my surroundings. And there's this one quote that I really enjoy, that, you know, growing up, I used to be so concerned with my purpose. I thought I had to be like Louis Riel, you know, do this big thing, revolutionize an entire country, and a state, and it was heavy for me for a long time, because I had these expectations put on me. However, this one quote where it's just our only purpose on this planet is just to experience it. You know, it's the universe. We are the universe experiencing itself. And so just that act of walking in a forest and, you know, seeing the creatures and the way they interact with each other in the environment. And then also just being back home in my community and my family, and getting to sit at a table with my mushums and my cookums and just hear our language being spoken. And, you know, the laughter that sounds so loudly, even in funerals. You know, that's my inspiration, is just these very bold acts of indigeneity and our connection. And that's what inspired everything that I do, and the reason why I do the work I do, whether it's in international climate action or whether it's writing. It's just that act of experiencing life and just being thankful that I am here right now. And so as a storyteller, I get to observe it, but then I also get to like verbalize that experience for those who might not have the ability to. And so like a large portion of my inspiration is just being here. And I think like, you know, sometimes we think we have to have a big purpose. We have to have this big thing that inspires us. And that's too much pressure to put on yourself, you know? Like life is not that serious. Art is not that serious. You know, like yes, it is in the fact that we put ourselves in a vulnerable state in order to produce art, but, you know, like life is meant to be enjoyed. And yeah, so that's like a large portion of my inspiration.
My biggest inspiration would probably be kind of all the people who I'm surrounded by and the people who came before me who made me who I am. So I am, and also just, I love, if you've ever been in beadwork communities, you've maybe heard the term grandmother pieces. So grandmother pieces are typically defined as pieces of like historic beadwork that are now often held in museums or private holdings. And my main inspiration in my work is these pieces. I love seeing how these people, hundreds of years before I was even born, made these stunning, intricate patterns. I remember one piece that specifically had me in awe was at an exhibit at the Winnipeg Art Gallery about 2 summers ago. It was a piano blanket. And I looked at it and I just couldn't even imagine how long that piano blanket took to make. It covered the whole piano, and you can see the love that's put into this work, and that's what inspires me, is continuing that love and that beauty for future generations. And also then the people that have shaped me into who I am, my family, my friends. I take so much inspiration from my friends and the people around me, my parents, my grandparents, etc., all have contributed to how I think, and which I think has contributed to how I make art. In my Métis family, my mom and my grandfather have definitely influenced me, and also how I think, and specifically also my grandpa's brother. So my great uncle was an openly gay Métis man in the 1950s. And I think when I make my art, I think about him as well in presenting my kind of queerness in my art, in that I am honoring not only my own legacy, but also his, as he never really got to experience that, the joy associated with being Métis, with being queer. He passed away long before he could find the joy in that. And I think that that has really shaped my artistic practice as well.
Thank you. What I'm hearing is a lot of inspiration for all of you is love and the passion for what you do. And I can hear in your voice, it's wonderful. What advice would you give to a 2SLGBTQIA plus individual pursuing art?
When I felt the most desperate younger, thinking I had no idea that being Two-Spirit was a gift, that being Two-Spirit was purposeful. We were born with purpose, and how dark that feels to not know or understand that purpose. And so my wish, my hope is, it's so incredible, the backgrounds that we come from, but the power that art has, our perspectives, our life experiences, for good or for bad, for the beauty that it comes with, for everything that we have been through, and then creating art with all of that, who we are, and then my hope is for them to, if they need it, if they want it, if they feel it, to reach for that the same way. Like, I don't know if you've had your grandfather, but people in my life that I've looked up to when I, just grasping on to know more about what it means to be Two-Spirit and feel that it's okay to feel the pain. It's okay to feel confused. It's okay to feel lost. But how that's going to contribute to the inspiration to know more about what it means to be Two-Spirit. And we're all there too, just learning what exactly it means to be Two-Spirit and what that meant for our ancestors, and how that was just honored and celebrated, how it's not so much that way anymore, which is why it can be difficult also to be Two-Spirit. But, I want young people to know that we're here, we're here, and who they are is magical. It really is magical to be a young person with such a bright, beautiful future, to use exactly who they are, to just love and exist, love who you're meant to love and be who you're meant to be. And I really would look every single young Two-Spirit person in the eyes and say, you are so freaking cool.
You're pretty cool yourself. And you look so comfortable. I'm going to join you.
Yes.
There we go. All right. So what advice would you give a 2SLGBTQIA plus individual pursuing art? Ouch.
I think, like, in a practical sense, in the pursuing of art, we live in a Western world, in so-called Canada. So maybe just when you're doing your art is not validated by a Western lens. It's not validated by anyone outside of yourself. The only thing that validates your art is you creating. That's all that needs to be done. It doesn't need to be held in high regard. It doesn't need to be award-winning. It doesn't need to be anything except what it is. And I think, like, for a large part, like, we often, like Ella kind of touched on this, like, not being, failing grade 8 art. I failed grade 9 art because I didn't put a little butthole in my gargoyle and it exploded. So, like, I wasn't meant to create gargoyles, but writing stories, yeah, hell yeah, I can do that. And so, like, I guess, like, taking the opportunity to just resonate with the fact that because you are Two-Spirit, because you are queer, because you are Métis or Indigenous, Indigenous, but like, you and your existence subverts anything in, like, the Western expression of art. And so don't hold yourself and your art accountable to a Western lens. It's just, like, the act of creating is beautiful in and of itself. And that was, like, like writing Hey June. I self-published Hey June. And the reason why I did that is because the story is so near and dear to my heart. Like, I wrote it for my two good friends, Patience and Thomas, who sadly passed away when I was 19. And they were 23. And, it's a very personal story. It's a letter of grief to my friends, and I didn't realize how much grief I had left unchecked until I turned 23, and I was like, I'm the same age as them now, and I'm going to be older than them in a year. And, it's something so personal, and it's something so because I also mixed in like stories I grew up hearing from like my father about, you know, the spirit world, about just like our storytelling, and our values in like the face of death. And I couldn't pass that on into a Western publisher because they only care about marketability. They only care about making as much profit as they can. And this isn't a story that I wanted to profit them, you know, to change these parts, which is like changing pieces of myself in order to fit their marketing scheme, you know? And so that's why I chose to self-publish, because we also live in a time now where we can take our own steps forward. We don't need to rely on these systems quite as heavily as we did even 10 years ago. And so, yeah, like I chose to preserve the integrity of my work by self-publishing, and, you know, like just trusting myself and trusting Creator that, you know, like Creator is going to put it in the hands of people who need to read it exactly as it is and the exact way that it was written. So, yeah.
I would say that don't be afraid to make bad art. I have made a lot of bad art in my time, and I think that a lot of the time when you start out, like if you start making beadwork, you kind of see all these like gorgeous beaders on like Instagram or on like wherever, and they're like perfect, and you think that your work needs to be that level of perfection, but bad art can be good art. I have taken a lot of inspiration from just like free form and kind of going along as like I bead a lot of the time without a pattern. I just take my beads. I know what colors I like because I use almost the same color. I use a very specific color palette in my work. And I build from there, and I just kind of see where the beads want me to go. And sometimes it turns out horrible and bad, and that's okay. You have to be kind of not afraid to fail in your artistic practice when making your art, because if you don't take those failures, then you're not going to also see your successes, and maybe you try something that feels and looks like you want it to, and it kind of turns out, but you wouldn't have gotten to that place unless you tried and you made bad art and you failed. And I think that is what I would tell artists, is perfection is not the goal, it's the process of getting to the point where you like what you have. And also, a lot of artists judge their own harshest critics, and I know I look at my work and I'm like, why? I don't like any of this, but I know that it's good and that I am not striving for perfection, but I'm striving for an authentic representation of myself, which is not the same. No one's perfect, so a perfect piece of beadwork is not going to be as authentically you, or a perfect piece of art is not going to be as authentically you as one where your own touch is evident in the art. And yeah.
So true.
Thank you. That's true. When you were talking, what stuck out for me was the process. Like as a drag queen, I think for myself, for all of us, I find that it's actually very healing. It's good for the soul, the preparation, the process, just the joy of it. And the final product is great, but for myself, it's the process. It's the putting on the eyebrows. It's just those kind of things. And coincidentally, Gargle with the Butthole, that is my self-biography. Yes. What are the odds? All right, this is our last question, and then we'll take questions from the audience. What challenges and successes have you faced throughout your career so far?
The biggest challenge is showing up on, is sharing, deciding to create is one thing. To share it is another, and that's intimidating. The biggest challenge has been to kind of go through my music within like a publicly, sharing that, but not quite understanding my own self, if that makes sense. I feel like sometimes I struggle with, no, I do. I absolutely struggle with the being two-spirit. It's beautiful, but I don't know if you guys can ever relate. It's like walking in both worlds sometimes is confusing. It should make so much sense, but at times it can be confusing because there's two parts of me, and I'm learning what that means for me, especially considering throughout my life, through family and struggle, and has tried to kind of push that down or closet that, and I've spent time closeting that. So feeling like it's okay to not fully understand, feeling like, you know, the way that I want my spirits to work together, you know, in peace and harmony, and so that I can feel that. That's the point of art, to kind of express that and go through that and use that art as your own medicine. But I do that on a stage. You know, the whole thing is done on a stage. So I try to talk about it openly, which is also difficult because there was a time where I couldn't even do that, where someone would say, you know, tell me who you are. And it's like, you know, so I've come a long way, but I just feel it's important to share that part of like the struggle of being an artist, and that's the point of it. And what was the other part? The beauty of it? The good? And the successes. Well, the success I feel is just that, being able to stand here and go, actually, you know, there was the time where it felt overwhelming to acknowledge any of that, but I do feel like a sense of security in knowing that, you know, I don't need to have all the answers right now. That's not the point. I do want to be. Oh my gosh, I saw Etta James perform a long time ago. I was like 16, I saw her perform, and I thought she was older, so she was kind of sitting on a stool just performing, and I thought how amazing it would be to be, you know, in my 80s and look back at my life and go, you did that. You did the whole thing, and you learned so much, and just feel peaceful, you know, within myself and within my music career and my life and what I shared, and go, and you did something where you left something for somebody else, and I want that to be my journey. So that's the brightness in what I do.
Awesome. I love how excited you got. Ooh, when I was 16. Oh, awesome. And what challenges and successes have you faced throughout your career so far?
I think, well, I mean, I kind of spoke a little bit about the barriers faced when you're in a Western education system in a small farmer town that isn't very welcoming to Indigenous folk. But I think that's something that it speaks for itself in terms of those like challenges. There's one that's actually kind of very like specific, I guess, as a storyteller, as someone who shares stories, and in the writing of romance in stories, because I'm on the asexuality spectrum, and I feel like there's like a lot of like many readers, when they are thinking about romance, when they're thinking about love, a lot of that intimacy and emotional connection is derived from these like these sexual encounters. And so I like kind of had like this like weird fear where I felt like I needed to write, you know, these encounters, even though they don't really speak to me in the way I express and I experience and I feel love. and everything. And I always kind of felt a bit nervous, and even in the queer community, a little left behind because, you know, like that lack of representation in mainstream media. You know, like there is a lot of queer representation now, but is there a lot of asexual representation? No. I mean, I kind of had canon Sherlock Holmes, but like as being asexual, but like it's not canon, so it's just like me, like projecting on this person. But yeah, and so I guess there's just like when I'm writing these stories and I'm writing about love. Will people understand, you know, that it is love? Like, for example, in Hey June, there's a queer love story. However, these two characters never, like, explicitly in the books, like, kiss. And to me, like, it wasn't a question. Like, yeah, they you know, like, it was just like, they're in love. You know, there doesn't need to be that, like, physical expression of it in that sense. And yeah, I felt scared that some people wouldn't validate this queer relationship because there was no like explicit kiss, like, or like perceived intimacy. But it's like very much real and everything. So I guess like that's a challenge. Like I'm still working through. I'm still learning because like, you know, I'm learning about myself. I'm largely just like unlabeled. I'm just me. I'm just who I am. I don't really carry a label, but I do know that I am like on that spectrum and stuff. And just like bringing these characters and these stories I want to bring, but yet wanting to show a love that, you know, like isn't really like portrayed very often in media. And it's scary to have to be the one to portray that first, you know? So that's kind of like some challenges I faced recently, like with my storytelling, and then even now writing my next book, you know, and everything. I'm like, how do I, you know, like I want people to know that they're in love, but I'm not going to write it in like this, like very like in the way that we've seen love in media. Yeah. But success-wise, I was very scared that everyone was lying to me and that I was actually like a shit writer. And like, like I was legitimately terrified when I released Hey June, because I was like, what if just like my editor was lying to me, like my dinner group was lying to me, my friends, everyone was lying to me. But that fear, I just had to let it go. I just had to, you know, it was time, you know, like Creator was very much saying like, it's time to like share this part of yourself and this work. And thankfully, I'm not a shit writer, apparently. Yeah, so the reviews and the response to Hey June just has been incredible, like from the very personal messages I've received from people like who have been touched by my story and feel like seen in my story and had these big emotions that my story deals with, like love, loss, grief, like conceptualized and verbalized for them in a way that they haven't seen ever. And not only that, but like, you know, like these very like niche Alberta native mannerisms that they saw in this book and like in a book for the first time ever that they were so excited about. And, you know, like from that, but then the biggest success so far, I would say, I mean, besides speaking at schools and with children, like that's great. I love that. My cookum though, loved my book. And she is 99 years old and she is a writer first and foremost. She is my twin. We are like this, like she is my rock. She is my inspiration. She is the reason why I published this book, because she was asking everyone, like my aunties, my uncles, my dad, like everyone, like when's Brittany's book gonna be out? Like I need to read it. I'm 99, you know, like I need to read this thing. Because she's a writer first and foremost, but she was also a woman of her circumstance. You know, she grew up in like the 1920s and 1930s in East Prairie, you know, or well, Salt Prairie, but then East Prairie. And she was a writer too, like she is a writer, but she didn't have the same opportunity I was given. So for her to now have like a grandchild who's a writer, she was ecstatic, and she was the one that was pushing me the most to get my book published, because there were so many times I wanted to quit because it's, you know, it was daunting, it was hard, it was vulnerable, and I didn't want to take that big step. But, you know, she kept pushing, and then like last week, I want to say, I finally got to hand her a physical copy of my book. And usually when I visit my cookum, we are sat at the dining room table with tea and like soup and everything, and she's like telling me all about her life. But I was sat there for 6 hours and we were just sharing stories, and she kept like peeking at my book. Like she just like couldn't take her eyes off, and like she'd be like flipping through, and she was like, honestly, I'm waiting for you to leave so I can read this book. Like, and then the next day I go back and she's already more than halfway done the book. And, you know, like she's just so excited, and she was asking me questions and everything, and she just wanted to know what happened, but didn't want me to give spoilers, but still I had to like somehow tell her like what happened, you know, like, yeah. And that has been the biggest success, is just to be a point of pride for my cookum, and to be a point of, you know, she can live through me, and she does live through me, and that, you know, we can share this achievement because it was only possible thanks to her. So that was maybe my biggest success so far.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd love to read your book. When you were talking, it really resonated with me because I'm in a partnership of 24 years, and we have been platonic for the last many, many years, but that love is still there, that companionship, that being with this person who I love, and their emotion, they're the person I go home to. So I completely relate to that, and that physical is nice, but it's not necessary to be in a relationship and to have that love. So thank you for sharing that. I'd love to read your book. And, you already know the question, hey?
Yes.
You're on it.
Challenges and successes. Challenges, I think, a lot of imposter syndrome, especially because my art often focuses on mediums and subjects outside of kind of like a Eurocentric art canon. And because of that, I feel like sometimes I'm not like a real artist, or that I'm just kind of like not necessarily like the real deal, because I didn't go to art school. I don't practice art full time. I'm not like classically trained by any stretch of the imagination. The last time I took an art class was when I failed 8th grade art. Like, just a lot of kind of dealing with that imposter syndrome of being outside, like a Two-Spirit person, a Métis person who makes art outside of kind of a lot of the realm of what is often accepted as art, and like what you would see if you took a lot of art history classes. My work doesn't look like that. It will never look like that. So just kind of coming in to understand that just because my art is different doesn't mean it's not still good and still not art. And so kind of like pushing through the imposter syndrome of it all, which I'm sure lots of artists can relate to, or academics, or just especially as a Two-Spirit Indigenous person, we often feel a lot of imposter syndrome because for so long our existences have not been kind of celebrated and platformed. And now as we slowly start to get to a place where it's kind of, you don't really have very many people that you can look up to and see and say, oh, they did it, so I can too. So it's kind of, we're kind of like creating our own path and kind of having to fight that imposter syndrome because there's no one for us to look up to in a lot of ways. So yeah, I think that's the challenges, but the successes have also been great. Just kind of making so many friends and kind of building a community around making art, which I think has been such an important thing in my own artistic practice, is kind of talking to artists, making friends, building community, trading with art. I trade so much of my work. Trading with other artists, kind of like learning from them. And I think that for me, art has, and learning how to make art and doing my artistic practice has been such a community-led experience that is a success, because when I come here and speak, I'm not just speaking from my own experience, but I'm also speaking from the community that I have learned from in the past and I continue to learn from now. And yeah, so I think successes have been creating so many excellent relationships, getting to do some really cool things, like I'm getting to exhibit in my hometown of Winnipeg, Manitoba in September. Woo! I think this is the most cheers Winnipeg has ever gotten. But yeah, I love Winnipeg, and I'm very excited to bring my art there. And I would not have had that opportunity without the people and the community that I have made around making art. So yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm hearing from all of us that success really is a connection. The most successful connection is with our family, our friends, community, the audience. Those are all something we have in common. And the imposter syndrome, I think I have that in common too sometimes. Like being Indigenous and being part of the 60s scoop, sometimes I wonder that imposter syndrome myself. But I do know that I am Indigenous, I am valid, and I am here. Yeah.
Yes, you are.
All right, we're going to open up for questions. Thank you, Richard. Yes. There is a microphone directly down here. So if you'd like to ask a question, please feel free to come there if you're feeling it. You could also write it on a sticky note and bring it up here if you want. Or I'm going on my phone because you can also go on the Slido. Yes. And then I will see if there's questions. So is there anybody who has a question? Oh, yes, we have a question. Oh, just a reminder of who everyone is. Please say your names one more time for everyone.
Shawnee?
Brittany.
Ella.
Oh, hi, friends. My question is, currently in Alberta, there is a bit of a rancid climate in the attitude towards trans individuals. And I believe all art is political as we create it from our own personhoods, and personhood is political. How do you see art in the role of the fight for queer liberation upcoming?
I think it's just about like telling our stories in our own voices as a way of like trans and queer liberation, because by us centering, or not centering, but by us using our own voices and telling our own stories in the way that we most see fit, it's an act of resistance and also an act of reclamation from, because for so long our stories were not told by us. They were told through, especially for Indigenous people, anthropological texts, and in often very offensive anthropological texts. So just to me, art as resistance means telling one's own story and also kind of reclaiming and taking back a narrative and pushing back against a lot of those kind of medicalizations or offensive stereotypes about both Indigenous people and queer and trans people. And by showing our art, we are resisting those stories that have been incorrectly told about us for a very long time.
What they said. That would like basically
100%.
summed up everything as well, like what I was gonna speak about, like stories, and you know, like the written word is incredibly powerful, and just the act of storytelling can shift, because it's not just like a factual document. It's not, you know, it's something that drives and brings about and churns up human emotion, and it's only by kind of targeting human emotion can true change really be brought across the world, and not only just here but like everywhere. And yeah, so just to piggyback on top of that.
I also will piggyback, because that was also very articulate and well said. I think just showing up and not only kind of challenging the demonization of who we are and trying to silence based off of fear or just lack of knowledge or understanding or life experience, trying to silence somebody and the core of who they are, and challenging that notion by showing up with art, but calling on others to do the same and to educate with art, I think that's what it's about, educating with who we are in our art and showing up in that way and just calling on others to feel the sense of pride and confidence and love and security and safety and peace to do the same. It's about banding together, staying together, and art is just a magical way to do that. So challenging that notion that we don't belong.
Thank you. I have a question for June. Is June a personification of you or a combination of people you've met? How did you come up with the character of June?
June is a bit of everything, yes. So June's experiences are largely derived from my own experiences. But yes, I did also write June with my friends in mind, whether that's June's interests, the way that June, context, very important. June is a main character in my book, Hey June. And yeah, it's her story that we unpack a lot about Métis Cree grief and those lessons and those teachings. But yeah, June is kind of like a character that is like the mouthpiece for the words I want to get out, and the very complex emotions I have about death and about anger and about love and loss and just this feeling of it being unfair, when people are suddenly ripped out of your life, when you yourself are suddenly ripped away. So June is kind of just an amalgamation of all of that. And then also June's last name is actually the last name of my friend too. So it was very much like an honor, honoring my friend Patience. And, forever memorializing my two friends and the way they interacted in the world in a physical form so that, I carry them with me, but now you can too. So that's what, yeah.
It looks like we have a question. Hello there.
Hi, friends. So my question is, in the last class we were just in, we said we got to quit looking at what others are saying about us and look at our communities and look what they're saying about Two-Spirit and queer folks, because activism and stuff has to start within. So from an artist's perspective, do you have any advice for our youth and our adults whose art has been ignored because it's from a queer artist, or the internalized homophobia that has taken over so many of our rural communities, especially where I'm from?
I think for me, it became dangerous seeking approval or validation, I guess is a better word, from an outside source that I have no control over whether or not someone accepts me for who I am. I think for me, my power came from when I learned to accept me for who I am. So you create art based off of that. When it's such a peaceful place to be, to know that art is coming from, it's meant to heal me. It's meant for me on my journey. And if somebody else can use that, that is just the cherry on top of it all. But I would say, in creating art, that's for you. And if somebody's going to challenge you, take that away from you, your response to that should always be, don't stop, keep going. and make it about you and your journey and make it about your growth and your healing. And then they lose all their power anyways. And it's like, sit down. Just because, it doesn't matter anymore because it's coming from who you are, and nobody can take that away. So for me, I would say make that the driving force.
Thank you. So we have about 4 minutes left. I'm going to ask each of you for 1 minute. There's some questions, some great questions, some compliments. For each of you, do you feel as your art, to each of you, do you feel as if your art form is reclaiming tradition, or are you evolving tradition?
I think both, and I think both can be true at the same time, because I'm going to talk really fast here, because reclamation is obviously important, but also we are not a people that are dead. We are a living, continuing people, and with that, we're going to continue to evolve. So while I may take a lot of my inspiration from works of the past and revitalize those, I am at the same time continuing the evolution of this, because our cultures are ever evolving. We are not a static people. Like, nothing's static. We are continuing to grow, and if we have a mindset of being in the past, then it kind of affirms a lot of those ideas about the quote-unquote like dead Indian, and that we are merely a historical artifact instead of a living, breathing people who continue to evolve and show up and shape our own communities and lives.
Yeah, I completely wholeheartedly agree, because, even we were evolving back before colonialism. Like, again, we're a living, breathing, we're part of a living system. That wagocho and like our interconnectedness. If the animals are changing, if the mountains are changing, the riverbeds are changing because of the force of water, so are we changing. And I think, you can even look at our language, because we had we have Atim, the little dog, and then, it tells the story of like when horses were introduced because they're mistatim, so big dogs, so it's just like we're constantly evolving and changing, even before like anyone stepped foot on Turtle Island, that wasn't already from here. So I guess just like in the act of storytelling too, and especially in a modern lens, this is actually quite interesting because in my next project, I had to go ask in our community about a very specific like story that can only be told like when snow is on the ground. And I was like, how do I, as like a writer, tell this story in a way that's it's going to be consumed like year round, like it's a different world we live in. And it was actually my dad who gave me the answer, and he said that the reason why we told stories in the winter is because there was nothing to do. Like, very simply, the work had been done. We had cured our meat. We had canned everything. Like, we were the winter time was for storytelling because we were just like in the Miguapa, for however long, it was just like, and so he was like, so yes, tell the story because, times are changing and the way we're telling our stories is changing. Because again, our stories are living and breathing as well. So it was just kind of like a funny way to kind of think about it, because I didn't really even realize just that how right now being a part of that act of evolving, so yeah.
Yeah, I think definitely they work together. It's like reclaiming from the lens of a two-spirit person. You're reclaiming at the same time evolving. It's we're here. I think about what gives me when I do kind of feel like a little lost. I think about who I would be. back then when Two-Spirit people were celebrated, and how I would contribute to my community and how I would exist back then, which gives me this sense of peace. So I'm reclaiming that. It gives me peace, but I'm evolving in how I show up today as a Two-Spirit person and where I belong today, and how I share my gifts and how I contribute to my community and what that looks like in this modern crazy world. So it's both for me. It goes hand in hand.
Thank you so much. Those are all amazing answers. Absolutely amazing. I went to a Two-Spirit gathering a couple of weeks ago, and one of the things that stuck out to me was Mother Earth is the most patient artist. And I loved that. Making the mountains, the earth, just how long it takes. I want to thank all of you for being here today. And please, everyone, let's give them a round of applause again. So just a friendly reminder that Auntie and Uncle's Closet will be closing at 2 p.m. Grab as much as you want. Give them to friends, give them to family. And hey, Lena, welcome back. Lena, hey. Lena. Yes, Lena. I am awful at that. I even forget my own name. So we're going to have lunch. Could you please let the elders get served first, and then everyone else can eat, and we will see you back here after. All right, thank you.
what you love and what you have and what you love. Oh, thunder only happens when it's raining. Players only love you when they're playing. Say women, they will come and they will go. When the rain washes you clean, you know. Now here I go again. I see the crystal vision. I keep my visions to myself. It's only me who wants to wrap around your dreams and have you any dreams you like yourself. Dreams of loneliness like a heartbeat drives you back in the stillness of remembering what you had and what you love, what you had, oh, what you love. Thunder only happens when it's raining. Players only love you when they're playing. Women, they will come and they will go. When the rain washes you clean, you'll know. Oh, thunder only happens when it's raining. Players only love you when they're playing. Say women, they will come and they will go. When the rain washes you clean, you'll know. You'll know. You will know. Oh, you'll know. Fuck New Year's resolution, baby. I'm doing it every day. Don't need to look at my mood board, baby. I know what I wanna say. See me on the highway singing, I'm gonna say, get the fuck out the way. A little bit of that on mixed with Chanel. That's how I got here today. If you roll your eyes, I don't care. Want a piece of the pie, it's not share. Be counting the lies, my dear. 1, 2, 3, 4. Call me still I ever own love. Still I ever own love. I already told you. Es chico, 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 clap back. Call me still I ever own love. Still I ever own love. I already told you. Es chico, 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 that's that. Had a couple revelations, baby. It's hard work getting paid. I can make some predictions for you. I'll send you a save the date. Take me to the river, take you to the mountain. I can set you free. Got no stuck out and winds are howling, baby. Come out with me. waste my time. I don't wanna waste my time. Oh, I don't wanna waste my time. I don't wanna waste my time. Oh, I don't wanna waste my time. You go your way, I go mine. Are we strangers now? I don't recognize this house. I can hear your voice, but don't recognize the sound. We were in the clouds, now we're falling to the ground. Are we strangers now? Tell me, are we strangers now? I don't wanna waste my time. I don't wanna waste my time. Oh, I don't wanna waste my time. I don't wanna waste my time. Oh, I don't wanna waste my time. You go your way, I go mine. 'Cause I don't wanna waste my time. I don't wanna waste my time. What have we become? Tell me what replaces love. I don't see it in your eyes. I don't feel it in your touch. All we did was try. Tell me, did I try too much? I don't wanna waste my time. I don't wanna waste my time. Oh, I don't wanna waste my time. I don't wanna waste my time. Oh, I don't wanna waste my time. You go your way, I go mine. 'Cause I don't wanna waste my time. 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 Oh, I don't wanna waste my time. I don't wanna waste my time. Oh, I don't wanna waste my time. You go your way, I go mine. 'Cause I don't wanna waste my time. I don't wanna waste mine. I don't wanna waste my time. I don't wanna waste my time. Oh, I don't wanna waste my time. I don't wanna waste my time. Oh, I don't wanna waste my time. You go your way, I go mine. 'Cause I don't wanna waste my time. I don't wanna waste my time.
Are you happier in his arms, in the television light? Does he speak to you? Say everything right? Does he know you like I know you, like the right side of the bed? When you come home late from your friends, I've been wandering through your garden. Did I give you enough to grow? I've been walking through this empty house. Did I give you enough to go? So let me hold you like you're the old you. 'Cause you've been holding on to me like somebody else. So when it falls through, am I there? Am I holding you? Or am I holding a place for somebody else? Are you laughing? Are you crying? Is it hard to catch your breath? Does he get that same smile from when we met? I've been humming down these empty halls, sung the writing on the wall. Do we know our song was ending when we let go of it all? So let me hold you like you're the old you. 'Cause you've been holding on to me like somebody else. So when it falls through, am I there? Am I holding you? Or am I holding a place for somebody else? 'cause I fall too blind to see, lost in the feeling, making my way through the dark. You were gleaming. Are you still burning bright? Are you a dimming light? Just give me a sign that it's gonna be alright. Come out wherever you are. Ooh. Come out wherever you are. Ooh. Was I a ghost in your loving arms? Ooh. Am I a piece of your breaking heart? Ooh.
Did I lose sight of what I believe? Lost in your dreaming, laying my love at your feet. I was defeated. Are you still burning bright? Are you a dimming light? No, just give me a sign that it's gonna be alright. Come out wherever you are. Oh, come out wherever you are. Oh, was I a ghost in your loving arms? Oh, am I a piece of your breaking heart? Oh. Come out wherever you are. I like watching you try to win me over. Don't resist the urge to move any slower. I like watching you try to get me closer. It won't hurt if I let you work a little. Soon you will be watching me try to win you over. When the time comes, when the lines are clear, no way to lose it. So win me over. When the time comes, when the lines are clear, no way to lose it. If you win me over, you win me over. I like touching you just along your shoulder. Can't resist. Should I move a little slower? I like touching you. Try to get you closer. It won't hurt if I let you work a little. Soon I will be watching you try to win me over. When the time comes, when the lines are clear, no way to lose it. So win me over. When the time comes,
If I wanted you, girl, would you want me to? If I needed you, girl, would you need me to? I can love you, girl, the whole night through. I can love you, girl, till the morning comes. Ain't no doubt in my mind. I can give what you need. Just give me the time. Baby, listen to my heartbeat. If I wanted you, girl, would you want me to? If I needed you, girl, would you need me to?
Everybody. Whoa, echo. How was that lunch? Yeah, it was delicious. For anybody in the Combating Transphobic and Homophobic Attitudes in Educational Spheres workshop afternoon block with TransRight Yay, you get to stay seated. For anyone else, the workshop rooms are across the hall in one of the marked rooms in the adjacent corridor. If you have forgotten what workshop you were in, please chat with one of our registration teams or anyone wearing a bright pink disco ball shirt, and they will get you situated. So, Rowan Morris, he, they, is an up-and-comer in the Alberta advocacy scene. After mobilizing 1,000 people in 3 days to stand for trans rights, Rowan, a trans man, has been dedicated to community care and building capacity to continue the fight, organizing many successful events such as family mixers and campaigns like email writing in the thousands with more to come. Rowan is community-oriented and committed to intersectional liberation. Now, with the seat at the table, Rowan is leaning on his organizing experience and life experience to elevate other leaders in the community. At just 23 years old, it is exciting to imagine what's to come for this young leader. With a passion for education and justice, he comes to turn a new page in the future for Alberta and trans people everywhere. I know this person as Dad Bod Rod. Ooh, so excited to have them here. I can't believe it's him. Please welcome your facilitator for the afternoon workshop, Rowan Morris.
Hi, friends. How are we doing today? Cool. I want to invite you all to come up close to the front. We're going to get nice and cozy today. We're going to talk about quite a few things. So yeah, feel free to come on up, grab a seat closer if you'd like, stay still if you'd like. You're welcome to do whatever you'd like today. I'm just happy to have you here. So what I'm going to be talking about today is countering homophobic and transphobic attitudes in educational spaces, and how we can do that in a way that keeps us safe, as well as the individuals that we're talking to safe. Because as many of us know, transphobia, homophobia, these are byproducts of colonial violence and colonialism. Therefore, some individuals may not know the roots behind what they're saying or the meaning behind what they're saying. Therefore, it's important that we value the places where they're coming from as well, and we meet people where they're at. So today we're going to be talking about kind of a game plan as to how to deal with individuals who are problematic in some of their attitudes towards trans folks and queer folks. So one of the first things that I want you to do is imagine a spectrum. So all people fall on a spectrum with what they're saying, from conspiracy to truth. So on one end of the spectrum, we have conspiracy theories that come up about queer people all the time. Does anybody know a conspiracy theory about queer people? Yeah, that if somebody is raised by a queer person, that they themselves will grow up queer. That is definitely a conspiracy theory. That's not factually correct. I did hear somebody yell the word litter box. Litter boxes in schools is a conspiracy theory that has been going around for the last few months, or few years, sorry. Every few months, the same picture of a blue litter box on the floor in a school bathroom circles Facebook. And it circles kind of like a shark. It gets shared around and shared around and shared around and copied and pasted until you don't know who the original poster was. You just know that you're seeing this. And what this post says is that they're placing litter boxes into schools for children who identify as animals to use. We know that's not true. But what is true is that there is kitty litter in schools for two reasons. Number one, for cleaning up puke. They use that at Walmart all the time, at grocery stores all the time, as well as in schools, because it absorbs it and kids throw up all the time. They're gross. And then we also have a really sad situation, but litter boxes are brought into schools, big boxes of litter, I should say, actually, to keep in American classrooms in the event of a school intruder. And if kids are locked away for hours and they don't have that bladder control, they don't have that body control, they need somewhere that they can go, and they can't physically go out to the washroom. It's unsafe. So litter is kept in schools. That's a fact. What isn't a fact is that because we've allowed gender-neutral bathrooms, that we've now opened the door for children to identify as animals and to use the washroom as animals. That is a conspiracy theory rooted in transphobia. So if we start, we're going to talk about that analogy quite a lot today. That example quite a lot today, as it contributes to how we are able to dissect conspiracy theory and how we're then able to turn it into action. So the first thing that we want to do is come together as a team to understand what an educational space is. So when I define an educational space, I consider it any space where learning is facilitated or knowledge is exchanged. That means a classroom is an educational space. A dinner table is an educational space. Anywhere where knowledge is shared is an educational space. Even a bus stop, asking what time the next bus comes, that has become an educational space. What's important is that people are able to learn in educational spaces, and how we do that is by meeting people where they are. If I come to you in a math class, and I've never done trigonometry before, that's not true, I've just done it badly. But say I've never learned trigonometry before, and I come and sit down in a university-level trigonometry course, and I'm asked to answer the question on the board. If I answer wrong and am then shamed by my professor, I'm not going to come back to this class. That was the first time I tried to ask a question or answer a question, and because I was wrong, I was met with shame. So it's really important that when we're countering attitudes of homophobia and transphobia, we want to maintain our space as educational, which means we don't shame anyone. It doesn't matter if the question that they're asking is formed in a respectful way. It doesn't matter if the question that they're asking is formed in a safe way. That doesn't give you the right to then be unsafe back to that person. Are we on the same page there with that? Cool. So another note that I want to talk about before we get started is keeping yourself safe. So like I mentioned, there are going to be times when it is unsafe to engage in conversation with individuals surrounding topics of homophobia and transphobia. There are some people who hold beliefs that are genuinely violent, and that's the time when you reserve the right to step away. You also get to decide how much emotion you bring into a conversation. I also want to point out that talking about homophobia and transphobia are very emotional things because they have to do with personhood and with people. So if we're talking about homophobia, we're not just talking about some monolithic thing that exists. We're talking about something that actively affects our lives and the lives of people we love. So it's okay if you need to bring emotion into one of these conversations. Okay. So there's essentially 6 steps to dealing with these attitudes in an educational way. So the first step we talked about a little bit, and that's identifying a spectrum. So if we have a spectrum where conspiracy theory exists on one end, and we have a spectrum where truth exists on the other end, we need to identify where statements are coming from and where they're going to. So if we have the statement, there are litter boxes in schools because youth identify as animals and need litter boxes. If conspiracy is on that end of the stage and truth is on that end of the stage, where am I going to stand? If you'd like to point. So I'll repeat my statement and then we can point. Litter boxes are in schools for children who identify as animals. Conspiracy or truth? Yes, I'm going to head over to conspiracy. What about queer and trans adults who have queer and trans children, or who have children, will raise those children to also be queer and trans? All right, what about statistically, supporting a trans person means that they are going to stay alive longer? Okay, so what are some words that I used in the truth that might help us to identify that it was a truth right off the bat? I used one special word: statistically. So when people are coming to you with a statement, if we have to triage it on this spectrum of conspiracy to truth, we want to look at what words they're using in their statement. Is it, I heard that, or I saw that? First, that's going to be one of our red flags, that this may be misinformation. If we get, I saw that on Facebook, we're going to kind of push it towards the misinformation side. Because right now, we know news isn't something that actually can be on meta services. Therefore, you're not going to be getting real factual evidence from Facebook. So that's a red flag immediately. Facebook can always be a red flag for you in detecting where somebody's coming from. If we have somebody saying, I have the belief that, we can kind of put them kind of in the middle section because we don't know where that belief is coming from quite yet. If we have somebody always talking about facts, or I read on CTV, or I read in name of book, or I saw on documentary, and they're able to credit where they're getting the information before they share it, we know we're going to be closer into that truth side. Even if that information is coming from a documentary that is very skewed and very biased, we know that they're getting something that's coming from facts and research, even if that facts and research is biased. Okay, so our first step is done. We've identified a spectrum. We've identified multiple places on the spectrum, as well as where other things can go on the spectrum. So now we need to place the statement. So, like we did at the beginning, we would say litter boxes in schools are down here at conspiracy. So now we're going to expose the skeleton of that question. We know we're in the conspiracy territory. We know that this person is far from the truth. And what do we know about truth and facts? We know that truth and facts are grounded in evidence. Therefore, this side of the spectrum, this side of the stage, is going to have a lot of emotion in it. This side of the stage is going to be a lot of I statements. I feel, I saw, I think. This side of the stage is going to be a lot of factual statements, a lot of numbers, a lot of science. So when we're exposing our skeleton, we want to ask why somebody is asking that question. If somebody's asking the question, did you see there's litter boxes in schools? Are they really wondering if you saw there were litter boxes in schools? No. What they're wondering is if you saw that schools are catering to gender diverse youth. And that is the issue that they have. So when we're exposing a statement, we want to ask why somebody's asking that question, as that's going to lead us to a lot of the motivation behind what the real question is that they're asking. And we also want to try to suss out, is this a genuine question or a creatively worded attack? So there's a few ways that we can do this. And the one way that I really like to do it is to treat things like a genuine question. Did you see there are litter boxes in schools? No, I didn't. Could you tell me a little bit more about that? Where did you see that? I saw it on Facebook. Have you ever seen misinformation on Facebook? I have. Could this possibly be misinformation? And now we've stopped a conversation of conspiracy from continuing because we've said, all right, this could possibly be untrue. But of course, we can't predict a conversation. We can't predict what's going to happen. So let's go through a few other scenarios of ways we could respond. Have you seen there's litter boxes in schools? I actually did see that conspiracy theory. And I know it's a conspiracy theory because I regularly read up on what is happening in the queer community. And I saw this article released debunking that. Have you seen there's litter boxes in schools? Why, yes, I have. Why are you asking that question? Oh, I don't know. I just saw it and thought it was weird. Oh, what part of it was weird? Well, it's weird that children are identifying as animals and we're just letting them do anything. Is that happening? Well, I saw it on Facebook, and then we get back to the source. If you keep asking genuine questions, coaxing questions, you're going to get back to the source of why somebody is asking that. So we've identified a spectrum. We've placed our statement on the spectrum. We've exposed the skeleton by examining the question personally ourselves. We've treated it like a real question, and we've kept ourselves in the loop. The last thing that I want to talk to you folks about before we get into some specifics with our group is passing the baton. So it's okay that it's hard to have these conversations. It's okay if you don't want to have these conversations. Because living as queer individuals means day in and day out, we're subjected to the sentiments that lead to these beliefs and conspiracy theories. So it's okay if that's not something you want to tackle. It's okay to pass it on to somebody else, and it's okay to care for yourself by not engaging. So now you're going to find out why I asked you all to come closer to me. I'm going to ask you some questions. Does anybody have an example of a time when they've been faced with an attitude of homophobia or transphobia and they haven't known how to respond? What about at like a family dinner? Have you ever had a relative make a really messed up off-the-cuff comment? Okay. Does anybody have a comment that they'd want to share? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I was in a meeting with a bunch of other educators, and one of the educators that I worked with said, "I don't know why I have to teach about cisgender. Isn't that just normal gender?" And everyone in the room turned and looked at me, the only gender diverse person in the room, like, "Are you gonna listen to that?" And then it was one of those moments in my career where I was like, oh, this isn't a safe place for me to work.
Amazing. So we're gonna start with your example. So there's a few things there that I want to point out. The first was the invisible labor that you just mentioned that you were signed up for. So everybody in the room turns and looks at the one visibly queer person or the one person that they know is queer in the room when this subject comes up, and they expect you and only you to be the person that can speak on this issue. That feels suffocating. So this is where we get into step number 6, now passing the baton. So when that comes up, it's okay to prime yourself with who your allies are in the room. So with that question, why do I have to teach about cisgender? That comes up a lot because this whole language and linguistics history that we get into is very complex in English. However, we end up with folks who feel that they don't have to teach about queer identities because they're non-normative. So what is the real question there? Is the real question, do I have to teach about the word cisgender? Or is the real question, do I have to teach about queer people? So now the statement, cisgender, isn't it normal? Isn't that what's normal? We can place that further from the truth. The reason why we're going to place that further from the truth is because we know, truthfully, there is no normative existence. There is no one way to be. So it's not going to be over in our truth section. All right, so we've placed it in our spectrum. Now we're going to expose the skeleton of this question. Let's say that the person who asked this question was named Kelly, because I just like to have names. Kelly, that's a really good question. Thank you for asking. Do you know what the word cisgender means? And then we would hear what Kelly thinks the word cisgender means. And then we would hear, through her description of the word, what that word means to her. Because she knows that the word exists. She knows, obviously, that we have to have this discussion, we have to have this education, but she wants to make a point about how she does not want to speak about trans people. So when we say, can you define this for us, we're going to start to unpack some more information and get more information from this individual. So, Emily, I'm going to pick on you for a minute. Imagine you would ask this question. No, you don't need to come up. I'm just going to point to you. Imagine that you would ask me this question. We were in the scenario that you had shared, and you had asked, why do we need to speak about cisgender? Why do I need to teach about that? Do you know what the word cisgender means? And yes, you give me back your definition. It means that cis is the Latin root for in alignment with. Therefore, it would mean somebody whose gender identity is in alignment with their sex at birth. But say, for example, you would say cis means being normal. That would then give me the question to follow up. Do you believe that being something other than cis is abnormal? Because that is how I am interpreting that response. And then we get into the exposition of really what they're saying. So that one question, do you believe being something other than cisgendered is abnormal, gets right to the ankles, essentially, of what that question stands on. The question initially being asked was an answer. The question initially being asked by Kelly, or whatever name I gave her, was the answer that Kelly believes being trans is non-normative or abnormal. Now we have an attitude that we can counter from that question. And we can counter that attitude by creating an educational space. One thing that I mentioned earlier was that analogy of being in your first university class and being pointed out by getting the answer wrong. That's not something that we ever want to recreate. So I would take our conversation out of this room because I would give Kelly the benefit of the doubt. Maybe she doesn't know. You know, maybe she was given misinformation by somebody else. I'm going to take the chance because I feel I have the capacity. Remember, you can pass the baton and ask somebody else to have this conversation for you. But if I feel I have the capacity, I'm going to say, Kelly, let's get coffee. You said something in the meeting that I really wanted to bring up and pick your brain on a little bit more. It doesn't have to be any more descriptive than that. And then when that conversation comes, bringing up, you know, you said this thing and this is how it made me feel. Using that I language. This is how it made me feel. But we want to start to bring Kelly from that side of the stage closer to this side of the stage. So sharing some of the facts and information that we know. You use the word normal a lot. What does normal look like to you? Why is it important that somebody is normal? Well, what happens when somebody's abnormal? How are they treated? Do you believe somebody should be treated that way? We're getting to these roots of morality. And depending on those answers, you're going to start to tell whether or not this is somebody that you can continue this conversation with, or if this is somebody who we would consider an unsafe person who's not willing to learn, or who's not willing to admit that, you know, they have attitudes that are somewhat, or not somewhat, that are blatantly harmful. So it would completely depend on those responses, of course. But that's just one direction of the way that you can take those sort of conversations. Does anybody else have an example that they'd want to share or a question that they'd want to ask? Yeah, go ahead, Ed. I can listen. Yeah?
Yes, today in society, you know that because transgendered individuals in our movement have just this past 2 years or however, their situation has become a big question all throughout the world, in Europe and here. So a lot of our people, I certainly sometimes grapple with what is the correct attitude or question should I give when the whole subject of transgendered people and especially young people in schools well, they themselves don't know how, why are people treating me this way? And of course we have, I sit on a board for educators, and they want us to have a two-spirit session, and I'm sure that this question will be put to us: why are trans people being so well? I know they're being treated differently in all our societies, and laws are being passed, and even about how they should be named. Why should they're only a very small percentage of the two-spirit group, and why are they really being featured and being talked about? And a lot of even politicians are getting into it, especially in the States. And what happens in the States affects us up here in Canada. How should we really help our trans people in society?
Ed, you asked an amazing question and had a lot of really amazing pieces in that I want to touch on. So you're right. In the last, I would say maybe, two is a pretty good number. The last 2 years, anti-trans sentiment has really grown. And you're right. It's grown because it's been unchecked. So I don't know if you folks were around on May 13th, 2020, but the world kind of shut down. And what happened is these conversations we're talking about, these educational spaces, went away. So we used to have holidays all the time where our family would gather around the dinner table. An uncle would make an off-the-cuff comment, and then all the young people at the table would jump down the uncle's throat and be like, "You can't say that, you can't say that stuff." And then somebody at the table who's a bit more passive leaves learning something. But what happens when those folks who hold on to these ideas that then boil up into public spaces aren't unchecked? They sit with those thoughts alone for years. If they aren't challenged, they're solidified. So in the last few years, we're seeing this kind of uptick of violence due to how long these ideas and beliefs went unchecked during the pandemic, due to the isolation that we all experienced. So what we need to be doing for trans individuals is making sure that we are checking those ideas that have sat and grown, and that we're finding individuals in the room who can help us do that. So for me, I have found a lot of power in being able to use my voice to fight the violence that I'm experiencing. However, I know a lot of people who get scared shitless at the idea of doing what I'm doing. The idea of speaking in front of people, the idea of organizing things, all of that stuff scares people. And they feel the way that you're saying our youth are feeling, scared and wondering why they're being treated that way. And what's happening is we're seeing this uptick in mental health crises in gender diverse individuals because of this coinciding of the increase of violence, that individuals are feeling that they are completely powerless. So what we can do is start to find those allies in the room. Who are the other cousins who would get mad at your uncle at the dinner table? Who are the friends of yours who would say something in line at a sports game if they heard something said behind them? Who are the people that you know that will speak up if you can't? It's good to surround yourself with those individuals. But it's also good to surround yourself with individuals who simply care about you and have the ability to pull you out of those spaces when they're dangerous. So when it comes to the way that we sort of support our youth going forward, it's reminding them that just because they are experiencing this hate and violence doesn't mean that they earned it, and being very vulnerable about the fact that we as grown-ups need to be showing up more for our youth. So you're right, we know that our youth are scared, and we know that folks aren't really doing much to change that. And that's because For a long time during the pandemic, we all existed in our own echo chambers as well. So while the negative beliefs are being reinforced over with one group who isn't socializing outside of their bubble, the same thing is happening with more progressive groups, where people who would consider themselves aligned with the queer community or allies to our community are not seeing the same problems that we're experiencing because they're only around other allies. And what happened through all of us being isolated is that a lot of people ended up existing in echo chambers that now have no problem staying in those echo chambers. So when you think about it, when we did need to choose who our personal bubbles were, I wasn't going to choose somebody who didn't agree with me. I was going to spend my time with people I liked being around, people who did affirm me. That goes for all of us. We all spent our time with people who affirmed us, or we did if we could. So we end up in this crux where we have all these people with affirmed ideas on one end of the stage and all these people with affirmed ideas on the other end of the stage. And we're trying to get them closer to us, closer to the middle, but it's not happening. And it's not happening because we're still existing in those silos, and this side of the stage doesn't realize that they have to walk over to this one first, right? We need to grab our kin who do have misinformation, who that is preventing them from being, very empathetic people, and showing them, this is why what you're doing is unempathetic or uncompassionate. Because what happened is many people did rely on information that was misinformed, that did fearmonger, that did lead them to believe that trans people were going to be this big problem. And one question you also asked within your question was, why do these cis people have all these problems with trans people now? What is it now? Trans folks are a threat to the foundation of our world because we exist beyond gender binaries. And as we know, through colonialism especially, gender binaries were enforced on to many peoples, especially two-spirit peoples, to have to decide to be one side of the binary or the other. We exist in our world by having the idea of a nuclear family where there's a man who goes out and makes the money and a woman who takes care of the children. But what happens when that gender is subverted? We have less of these households, less of these people contributing to capitalistic growth and economic growth in the way that the Western world has dictated as valuable. So trans people exist as this threat to this, hierarchy that exists right now. Trans people are threatening all of these harmful ideologies that currently exist and permeate our world. So trans people are seen as this beacon to be feared because we have escaped that system. We have seen that we can progress beyond the gender binaries that are assigned to us. We can exist outside the systems that the rest of us are trapped in. And for some people, that makes them angry because they see themselves stuck and they're like, why do you get to get out and I'm still stuck here? And then that turns into blame. So in economic crises, we see minority populations being scapegoated. So that's what's happening right now with trans folks. And it did happen with queer folks in the 80s during the economic recession there. It was all blamed on how much money was going to fighting the AIDS crisis. That was a very big part of it. And now they're saying all the money is being funneled into gender diversity. It's all going to surgery. It's all going to hormones. It's all going to all these places when we know that that's factually untrue. So that's where we come back to our spectrum of identifying where somebody's at. Are they on this side or are they on that side? And if they're on this side, how did they get there? And how do we compassionately move them forward? Does that answer your question, Ed? Awesome. Cool. Does anybody else have any more questions for me? No? Cool. Oh yeah, totally. Come on up.
Hi. So I just have a question about the acronym LGBTQIA+. I know some people are like, why do they keep adding letters? And like people, I'm gonna say like relations, are like, they refuse to like call it the full name, right? The 2SLGBTQIA+. They just say LGBT. Is there a way to like go about like bringing up how it's important for everyone to be inclusive, and like a way to do that, because in my family. So just wondering if there's anything I could say to like make that happen.
That's a really good question. And I want to pull back to something that Blake had shared this morning. That really stuck with me. I'm not a Métis person. I'm Mi'kmaq, so I don't, I was never somebody who had to deal with being told that I wasn't who I was in that sense. But what I have dealt with is erasure. And what I heard this morning is that many Métis people have also dealt with erasure. So when somebody is saying, I'm only going to say LGBT, the rest of the letters don't matter, you can reflect on that person, on that person's relationship with invisibility too. How would it make you feel if somebody said we were just going to ignore Métis people for the rest of time? Like, probably pretty bad, right? So being able to place somebody else into what they're subjecting somebody to usually helps them to see the issue that they're causing. My background's in elementary education, and it's really funny because a lot of things that you learn with little ones really translates to everybody. So with our little ones, we teach them that, like, if they are bullying somebody, we ask them, how would that make you feel? And when these youth are able to see how they would feel in that situation, oftentimes they stop treating that person like that. So sometimes for us as queer folk, it's easy for us to empathize with other people because we have experienced so much marginalization. But for folks who haven't experienced that, who have stayed in their bubble, they don't have the same perspective that we do. So they don't think saying those other letters doesn't matter, or it matters, because to them it doesn't. They aren't those other letters. So we have to look at what part of their identity would be infringed upon. Does that help? Awesome. Yeah.
Sorry. Hi. I teach human sexuality at MacEwan University, and one of the things that I've found useful for helping people to understand what's commonly referred to as the alphabet soup by some of my students. They're like, oh, it's like there's always adding letters and it's too hard to remember. So I spend some time talking about why the letters are in the order that they're in, and that can sometimes be helpful. So I'll explain about the history of, like, we put 2S at the beginning of the acronym because Two-Spirit people existed before colonialism. And for some Indigenous people, they can relate to that because they recognize that they were here before as well. And then I talk about why the L is in front of the GBT and how lesbians got the spot at the... Sorry, it makes me emotional. Every time I tell this story, I get emotional. But lesbians were put at the beginning of the acronym because of the support they provided to gay men during the AIDS crisis. And that's a very emotional, that was a place of honor that was given to them. And then when I think about the Qs, I often hear, why are there two Qs? And so when you say, oh, well, it's queer and questioning, because some people are not sure where they fall on the spectrum of their gender or sexuality, again, it gives them something to hold on to, a meaning behind the letters, and it can be useful. Many people have never heard of the term intersex. It's a medical term that describes our relatives who have whose assigned sex are complex in biological ways. And so often learning what the I stands for can be useful for people because they've maybe never heard that term before. And of course, asexual, the ace spectrum, we heard from one of our beautiful artists this morning talking about being on the ace spectrum. And again, I think it's like what you were saying, Rowan, it's about that relationality. Like, how can we create an educational space where knowledge can be exchanged? And so sometimes those little bits of history that you can connect to the letters can help them to move beyond their sort of narrow view of it.
Thank you so much. No, don't be sorry at all. That was wonderful. Another piece that I wanted to build off of that is holding the honor of what it means to be a queer person as yourself. And the more that you are visibly queer in your life and the more that you proclaim your queerness and your identity, the harder it is for people to be around you and feel any other way. Because eventually those people will either step away due to the proximity of your volume in queerness, or those people will start to gravitate towards the love that they have for you and learn. So the more that you are able, RuPaul says it all the time, but she fracks, so I'm gonna cite it myself. If you can't love yourself, how in the hell are you gonna love somebody else? Can I get an amen? Thank you. So it's really important that we are stopping with ourselves first. If I'm going to be taking up this space in creating an inclusive space, creating an educational space, have I done the learning for why I am important and valuable to be creating this space first? Do I feel like I belong up here speaking? Have I given myself the permission and the love to thank myself for the work that I'm doing? These are all really important pieces that can help to root yourself and ground yourself in the work that you're doing. Because it's hard work. It's not easy to sit across the table from somebody and debate why you should be able to go outside without being harassed. It's not easy to sit next to somebody who you know doesn't believe that you are a full person or that you don't know yourself. So the more assured in your own identity, the more secure you are in yourself, the more you come to places like this to affirm yourself, the more work that you are going to be able to do and the more that you're going to be able to continue that work. I personally believe that community is the antidote of oppression. So it's really important that we're doing what we can to continue to create community. So if folks don't have any other questions for me, or if they do, they're welcome to ask. But if not, I am happy to wrap up a few minutes early and give you folks some extra time. Cool. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah, I have a question. Totally, come on up. Almost got you guys out of here, just kidding. All good.
I was at a conference a couple months ago, and we all had to sit with like a bunch of strangers, and it was really cool for like introducing to different parts of the organization, whatever. But we were all kind of visibly queer at the one table, and then there was this older woman that was with us, and we figured we'd start out by introducing ourselves, pronouns, names. But when it came down to her, it was her turn to introduce herself. She was like, "Oh, I don't have to memorize all that, do I?" And like, how would you kind of deal with that? Because we didn't really say anything, but it was really uncomfortable.
All right, the first place I want to start with is we didn't really say anything, but it was really uncomfortable. You don't need to say something if it's uncomfortable, especially if that would put you at further risk. But what you can do in those spaces, especially if you're feeling uncomfortable to respond, is to connect with everybody else who is in the room. Oh my God, did you guys hear what that person said? Did that make you uncomfortable too? That's okay to do afterwards, to connect in community and to have that feeling of discomfort affirmed. Because that means that the next time that somebody says something, you know that everybody who's sitting at your table feels the same way. So you know that when you say something, you're going to be backed up. So that's where we get to identifying your allies in the room. So it's okay to debrief after something bad happens. But after that happens, it's also okay to plan for the next time it happens. Because once you've experienced something once, you're probably going to experience it again. Our life isn't like lightning strikes. Things happen in patterns. And unfortunately, comments like that do come up. So now I'm going to address the actual comment. And it was, why do we have to remember all that? I don't want to memorize all that. That is saying, that's the same as saying I wouldn't want to memorize all your names. That's saying I don't see you as somebody that should hold that space in my mind. So it's okay to say to that person, oh, did you want us to remember your name and pronouns? And subvert it. Why won't they remember yours? And then if they say no, it's okay to call them by a different name to get your point across, because that's a harmless way of subverting the dichotomy to help somebody understand the way that they are contributing to that environment. Because from what that person sounds like with that comment, I don't have to remember all that, do I? It sounds like they, have this already built up reservation of queer people. So they're probably closer to this side of the stage with that comment rather than that side of the stage. So if we want to get them closer to the truth side, to understanding that, my pronouns are the same as remembering my name, we have to start to show, why are pronouns important? So taking that moment to educate, oh, what pronouns do you use? I don't use pronouns, I use woman ones. Oh, which ones are those? And continuing to treat it like a genuine question until we get to the bottom, just like at the beginning. And continuing to treat them with that respect, that kindness, that, oh, that's a really good question. I hadn't thought of it that way. In my personal experience, or in my opinion, this is how I've learned it. But I'm more than happy if you want to Google it so we can make sure that I'm right, or so that we can double check or anything like that. It's okay to resort to Madam Google. She's smart. That's always a resource, especially as a gender diverse person. Because if we think about it, I'm a very white presenting Indigenous person, so it's a lot easier for me to go and advocate on behalf of Indigenous rights than somebody who is more, they're more melanated than I am. Because they're going to experience prejudice that I am not privy to. So it's really important that we're looking for the folks who can step up to the plate, who aren't privy to that discrimination, who are going to be a bit safer to engage in those conversations. Identifying who those folks are is a really valuable asset, but also making sure that when we are addressing individuals who maybe hold sentiments about a community already, that we're not putting those members of the community on the front lines of that. Because if I'm detecting, there's some prejudice here, I'm going to want to look for the person who isn't going to experience that prejudice in my circle of allies. And if it is just me, that's when I'm going to say, okay, I need to assess the situation for my safety and potentially take a step back, which is always okay. Cool. Do I have any other questions from my friends here? Yep, we got it for you, Ed.
No, we are, I'm anyway, always working in about two-spirit or homosexuality in society today. And this recently, Saskatchewan, the government of Saskatchewan was grappling with the whole handling the term of the pronouns. Should pronouns be part of the education system? Of course, the government, especially the Premier of Saskatchewan, they said, no, that shouldn't be part of the education system. So how are we supposed to handle something like that?
Totally. First and foremost, as a normal person, I see politicians, like people who would say that, like the premier, very different than the people who are in classrooms. So always circling back to, okay, you're saying this is who is actually disseminating that information. So what are our teachers thinking? And connecting with our teacher associations, connecting with the people who are actually in the schools to make sure that they feel secure in what they are able to say. And we already do teach about pronouns in school in other languages. We teach about pronouns in French. We teach about pronouns in so many other classes, that talking about gendered pronouns in a class for people who are just trying to explore human sexuality or human identity isn't far off of what's already happening in school. So when a premier is saying something like that, no, that shouldn't be in our schools, it's important that we're looking at, okay, what about the other 16 hours of the day? If this is going to be removed from schools, if it's going to be legislated that this can't be talked about in schools, what about the other 16 hours of the day? So that's where it comes to, supporting children's television that has diverse characters in it. Like the show Bluey has Pride Parade in it, Blue's Clues has a Pride Parade in it, and directing parents to those resources. I know you said you work with schools a lot, so continuing to make sure that the schools that you're working with understand the value of having a two-spirit person around. That's what's going to solidify that presence when those big big people want to come down and squash their big words onto us smaller folk, if that makes sense. The more that we continue to live as queer people for those other 16 hours of the day when school isn't happening, the more queerness will be integrated into life and won't have to be something that we have to actually sit down and formally teach. The more pronoun pins are available in typical stores, is the easier that it's going to be to, share that information. The more we introduce ourselves with our pronouns, that's going to make it easier for that to become a part of life. So not giving as much power to school, I think, is something that we can start to do, and recognizing the power that we hold as individuals and the individual life connections that we make. But definitely doing what you can to advocate for the fact that that's wrong. So I think you're doing amazing work already, Ed. But yeah, thank you for your question. And looking at my time, thank you all for having me. I had a wonderful time speaking with you today.
Thank you very much. That was awesome. So we're going to take a break, and then when we come back, we're going to get more people coming back, and we're going to start doing some door prizes. So go on and stretch. Like, oh, hey, how are you doing? Yeah. Just have our own conversation. I know, right? All right, enjoy, get some air, whatever you want to do. We'll see you in about 15. Come here. Teresa, right? Yes. And Teresa's helping.
Okay, the winner of the first prize is ticket 724280. Do we have? Okay.
Oh, we got a winner. Yay!
We have a winner?
Yay!
Yeah. Just check.
You have the ticket?
Okay, our next winner is 724311. Should I do a little Jeopardy jingle? Okay, you have 5 seconds. 724311.
Run! See the ticket?
724311. Okay, winner number 3, we have 724283.
Yay! Just yell bingo.
One more? Or 2 more, right?
Yeah,
2. Okay, number 4, we have 724366. I'll give you the Okay, the last one before the panel, we have 724289. Christina.
Good. You want to do one more or do that? We just have
Okay, just kidding, everyone. We're going to do one more.
just for the hell of it.
724305.
Yay! Good job.
Thanks, everyone. We'll be back after the panel for more.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to the winners. Woo, says the winners. All right, welcome back, everyone. I'd like to remind everyone that we are collecting feedback throughout the day to log the success and impact of this event. There are sticky notepads at each table to record your thoughts, feelings, and notes on the gathering. Our 2SLGBTQIA+ in STEM, which is Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics panel, will be beginning shortly, right now. Before that, I'd like to remind you the QR codes on the tables and the microphone is right directly there. Oops, there. If you're feeling a little extroverted, you may use the microphone to ask a panel a question. You can ask either the whole panel or a particular individual within the panel. If you prefer writing your question, you can scan the QR code and submit your question with our collaboration tool, Sildo. For our live stream audience, the link to the Sildo is in the chat. Right now, for question submissions, our panelists for this session are registered public health nurse, epidemiologist, and PhD candidate for the U of A Facility of Nursing, Faculty of Nursing, sessional instructor and co-chair of the Board of Directors of Edmonton Two-Spirit Society, Katie King, he, they. And ICU and CCU registered nurse, Jackie Hansen, she, her. Come on out, Jackie. Look at this outfit. Look at this. Oh my goodness. I love that outfit. And you look lovely as too, Katie. Just lovely. And co-founder of the Indigenous Medical and Dental Students Association, Dr. Andrew Volk, he, him. This is sweet, being able to sit. So we'll ask you each to introduce yourselves and give us a little biography of who you are. Would you like to start?
Of course. I'm Andrew. My family moved to Edmonton from the Red River after the resistance. My traditional names are Gladu, Ducharme, and Anderson. Métis, part of the Métis Nation of Alberta. I use he, him pronouns. I think that part of what I do as well, so I'm a psychiatry resident at the University of Alberta. I also mentor and help other First Nation, Métis, and Inuit students enter medicine. So if you have any interest, please come see me. I like to meet one-on-one and sort of help you with your application, help you sort of see yourself in medicine. Come join me and change the space. And I do that through the Wapanachagos, which means morning star in Cree. It was gifted to us from Mosam Rick, who's one of the elders in residence at Wapanachagos. And I'm really excited to be joined by Jackie.
Hi, I'm Jackie Harrison. I'm from Edmonton. I have, or use she, her pronouns. My family comes from Winnipeg and Camperville in Manitoba. Last names of Ducharme and Leclerc. What else? I'm a registered nurse. I've been a registered nurse now for 9 years. And yeah, that's it.
Tanshe, Katie King, Dishinakashin. Hello, my name is Keith, or KD, and I'm also a registered nurse and epidemiologist, as was mentioned. I'm Métis on my mom's side. My grandma was a Taggart and a Brazo, and other family names are Brabant, Deschanel, Corshan, a few Pambron, and sort of extend across the homeland. My dad's an English settler. And I'm really excited to be here on the stage with my fellow healthcare providers. Yeah, thanks.
This is neat because I'm also a healthcare provider. I'm a social worker that works with forensic and assessment community services. So it's nice to be here and having this conversation with y'all. Y'all. So we'll start with a question. Andrew, may I call you Andrew?
Yes, please. Don't call me doctor anything.
Okay, Andrew. How did you become who you are today?
I used to be actually a chemical engineer. I was a chemical engineer for 8 years. And while I was doing that, I was volunteering on the board of then Edmonton Men's Health Collective, now the Queer Trans Health Collective. And it didn't feel like work. So I'd work all day, but I'd look forward to going home. And like, at that time, we didn't have grants, so it was all kind of like board member run, like working on these projects that were meaningful to our community. I was making an impact. And it kind of seemed backwards, but I kept doing it. And then my youngest brother, a little bit of a trigger warning, a little bit too late, ended up actually completing suicide. And it was really sudden, we were really close. And death is a reflective process. And so I looked at where I was, what I was doing, where I wanted to be, where I wanted to give back to community, be more involved. And so I applied to medicine, and it was really scary applying to medicine. And there's a lot of, I still don't always feel like I belong in the space. And so as part of that, I had a friend who was in med school at the time, and he was telling me sort of all about it. And I could see myself sort of doing that. And so as part of the inspiration, I want to give back in a similar vein. And so I started the Indigenous Medical and Dental Students Association, because it's really isolating being in medicine. There's when I entered medicine, there was 6 of us. In our year, like in a class of almost 200 people that were, First Nations, Métis or Inuit. And so that organization, IMDSA, continues today. I'm still part of it, even though I'm not a med student anymore. But and so we put on cultural events, we put on sweats, it's really this kind of sacred space we have to sort of weather the ocean, the colonization, the racism, the microaggressions you experience or see sort of against patients, and I'm sure we'll get into that more. That's a long-winded answer for my inspiration for medicine. And then it's been influenced by many of the elders that I continue to seek guidance from, especially like within medicine. I want to develop like my own two-spirit approach to medicine, so where one eye is on Western medicine and one eye is grounded in our traditional teachings. And the reason I chose psychiatry is because unlike other parts of medicine that I thought were more like pushing medications, psychiatry I thought offered this more holistic model that reminded me of the medicine wheel, right? We have, the medications part, but that's not as important as like the even income, right? Right now I work at Pathways to Housing, which is part of tell me if I'm going over time, because I'll switch over. Pathways to Housing, which is a housing first strategy. So it's under Radius Health. And so somebody needs to experience houselessness for over 3 years to get into our program and have a serious mental health condition. And it's also paired with an assertive community outreach team. So I go do home visits. We visit our patients, 2 or 3 times a week, and it keeps them out of hospital. And most of my patients aren't necessarily on medications, right? It's that interaction. It's going back to a lot of the teachings we have. So that's what I plan to do, sort of, and my inspiration for psychiatry specifically.
Thank you. We know each other. I didn't realize until we're backstage. How did we know each other again?
There was the Edmonton Enhanced Addiction clinic that I was rotating through as part of my first year, and you were one of the social workers there.
Yeah, I thought so. I was like, no, not Grindr. I know.
Could have been there too. No,
He just winked at me. Just kidding. I wish. No, all right. Anyways, moving on to our next person. How did you become who you are today?
So yeah, like I said, I've been a nurse for 9 years. I've worked in many different areas. I started out in general medicine. I worked in cardiac surgery, emergency, and then I ended up in ICU, where I currently still work. I worked in ICU throughout the pandemic and kind of hit a breaking point that I was done with that. So I was given an opportunity to go work at the George Spady Society as a clinical nurse educator, where they do supervised consumption site and medical detox. And I feel like I was introduced to like a different style of nursing there, where it was acceptable to sit down and visit with your patients, and you're not constantly running around from task to task to task, and learning from your patients and being in community, and yeah, just definitely different than in a hospital setting, which I actually appreciated way more. And then I had also started in my first year of my master's of education in health sciences, kind of with the hopes to be able to educate healthcare professionals on just how to adjust their practice, I guess, on how to treat their patients better and more individualistic and be more diverse and inclusive. Yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at now. So I'm just about done my master's. I'll be finished next year once I do my capping project, and then hopefully maybe be out of ICU. We'll see.
Congratulations. Awesome. And I really enjoyed what you're saying about making those connections, especially with our Indigenous people. And I say this to providers as well. Give that 10 minutes beginning, hear their story, and you'll make that connection, and then it'll be just the way we are. Thank you.
How did I become who I am today is a great question. I started off, I think I mentioned earlier, I grew up in a small town in northern Alberta, and I had an uncle who had polio and was wheelchair bound when I was a kid. And I remember I was about 6 years old, and I said to my mom, oh, you know, when I grow up, I'm going to cure polio. And she was like, oh, it's already been done. and there's a vaccine for it too, so you don't have to worry about that anymore. But my mom was a nurse, and my grandma was a nurse as well. Both my grandmas actually were in nursing. And so I grew up this queer kid on a farm. And I think, you know, I always had a bit of a gift for like helping people. And so I think that sort of led me along the path. But I had a really insightful high school guidance counselor who said that, oh, your best grade is biology, you should be a biologist. So I did go to university and do a biology program, which my first summer job in a lab, I fell asleep in the fume hood after we were like pipetting cells into tubes for hours. And my boss that summer said to me, you know, I don't really think this is what you're cut out for, because I keep coming into the lab and you're asleep in the fume hood. So I came back from that summer experience, and I really had to think about what I wanted to do when I was getting older. I had thought maybe veterinary science, I had thought medicine. But after my few years in biology where I had not done very well because I didn't enjoy it, I wasn't able to get into medicine or veterinary school. And a good friend of mine said, your mom's a nurse, like you grew up around the hospital, why don't you go into nursing? And honestly, at that point I was kind of like, yeah, okay, screw it, I gotta get a job. And so I went into nursing, and what was really amazing for me, because I'd resisted that like my whole life, because I was trying to be a macho man. And then I went into nursing where I was able to be soft and caring, and surprise, surprise, I did really, really well. And so that was sort of the beginning of my amazing career journey as a nurse. I've been a nurse for 21 years now, and I went and did a master's degree in epidemiology after I finished nursing, because I was curious about patterns in health and how to sort of address some of those problems. So I went to university in Australia, and I did a master's degree in epidemiology, where I studied HIV transmission in people with severe and persistent mental illness in London, England. And that research sort of got me thinking more and more about sexual health. And I started working in sexual health in the UK. And then I moved back to Canada in 2015 and got a job doing patient safety stuff with Alberta Health Services, because nurses can do lots of different things. If anybody's considering a career in nursing, it's a really wonderful career. You can do a lot of different things. I did some patient safety work for a couple of years, and then I went back to working in sexual health and started teaching at the University of Alberta in the nursing program there, and started my PhD, and now I'm just about done that too. I'm just writing it up as we speak. So it's been a bit of a journey.
That's awesome. And you are very kind and gentle. And just the way you present, the way you talk is just amazing. So I've really come to appreciate you. All right, the next question is going to be, Andrew. What advice would you give to, oh, never mind. What has been your primary inspiration, or who?
Oh, did I already do inspiration? I'll talk more about inspiration. Actually, I'll share more space for inspiration. I had already talked about sort of wanting to give back in really the way that sort of that med student had for me, even though they weren't Indigenous, to give back so that other people, they just don't see themselves always in medicine. And my message is like, you belong here, like with me, beside me. And I'd like to help get you there if that's something that you want to do. So you mentioned, Keith, the difficulty, coming into medicine. One of the things that IMDSA was able to support was the removal of the cap at the University of Alberta. So previously you could only have sort of 5 Indigenous, so First Nations, Métis or Inuit medical students enter through that pathway. And now any student that's recommended through the Indigenous pathway is accepted. So it could be 20, it could be 50. And so there isn't that cap, there isn't that limitation anymore. And so like, and the other thing that I was inspired by, so I worked briefly with the Métis Nation in the health department. And I was able to travel to remote communities providing naloxone training back in 2018 that I found really rewarding as well. And then we started, so I was with Reagan before Reagan was health director. The two of us were we were part of the first youth and culture camp, which was a bonding experience, sort of being sequestered not sequestered, but going to Métis Crossing for a week with all these kids. And just that was really inspirational. I really liked that.
Thank you very much. And what or who was your biggest primary inspiration?
So I feel like I couldn't pick just one, but I'd have to say maybe like relationships in general. So like my grandma and grandpa for sure are my biggest ones. I was raised by my parents, but spent most of my time with my kukum and mushum growing up, and they were the ones who taught me a little bit of what I know about my culture and being Métis, but otherwise I kind of grew up not really knowing who I was or where I was from or my history or anything like that. So I've spent a lot of time in the past couple years trying to reconnect with my culture and learn more and do more for them and for me as well. And then I guess some of my other relationships, such as my partner and my friends and people like my friends like Andrew, I see them doing just so many good things and always doing such good work to try and better society and help people and try and help people understand, again, more diverse, I guess, ways of knowing and being and how to support people better. So I take a lot of inspiration from their work. And then I guess also just from my patients and, again, hearing their stories and interacting with them and knowing that they deserve better in our healthcare system and hoping that I can facilitate some of that change, I guess, to make the system better for them. Yeah.
Well, you've just become an inspiration to me. Very nicely done. What about you, Katie?
You know, I think I talked a little bit about it with my mom and my grandmas. But what I think has really inspired me lately, like when I first started nursing, it was very much my mom and my grandma, and they continue to inspire me every day because they're always here with me. You know, I carry their spirits with me. But I think in the last probably 10 years of my career, what's really inspired me as far as research and development and like pushing the boundaries of nursing and nursing science has been like you said, that reconnecting and recovering Indigenous ways of knowing in research. So in my PhD work, I was able to connect with Cindy Gaudet, who's a Métis researcher at U of A in the campus St. Jean. And she shared with me teachings around Kiokewan, like the visiting methodology for research, and it's really transformed my life. Like it's brought me home. I remember reading the article and having flashbacks of my grandma's kitchen table, rolling smokes, like the smell of tobacco and food cooking and coffee, and my aunties and my mom and my grandma all around the table talking and teaching me what it meant to be a good person. You know, those were the places where I learned so many things. And so lately that inspiration has been driving my work as I move my research into good relations. Because epidemiology is like a really colonial type of science. We look for the problems in people and then we calculate the averages of those problems, and then we look at standard deviations, and then we exclude most people who don't fall within a couple standard deviations of the mean, like the average. Well, most of the people in this room, I would say, fall more than 2 standard deviations from the mean in many ways, and I think almost every human being does. And so through my research work and with Cindy and the aunties and the grandmothers and my connection to culture and going to ceremony, I've begun to rethink what epidemiology can look like and what nursing can look like. You mentioned changing the way you work through stories. And so I'm trying to bring that into the field in many ways. And there's lots of Indigenous researchers doing that now. There is like a resurgence of Indigenous ways of knowing and doing in science. And so that's what really, really inspires me now, is to try and bring our culture and our queerness and the amazing gifts that Creator's given us into the academy and into science, and trying to make it easier for people like us to continue to do that work.
Thank you. When you were talking, I was listening, and then you're talking about food. And I remember one of my favorite smells is fried, sliced up potatoes and onions. Just that smell is like, oh, it's wonderful.
And I think like that's science. Like, how do we remember those things, and how does that knowledge get translated so that we can use it to further health? Like, I think that's important.
It is, and it's fascinating. I'm just nerding out here, just going, this is so awesome. I mean, not nerding, I'm sorry. Yeah. What advice would you give to a 2SLGBTQIA plus nerd pursuing science? No, I was kidding.
Well, I'm definitely a nerd. And you belong. You belong here. And I guess the advice I have from my own personal story, so when my brother died, I really threw myself into work, almost in an unhealthy way. Like I took on all these projects, all these research, all this other stuff, and it was really almost hiding from that loss, like hiding from those feelings of sadness. And as I move through my journey, I guess my advice is to really heal yourself. Like RuPaul says, love yourself first before you can love other people. We have to find our own healing and our own sense of balance that we can then, apply to the community. And for me, that means like going back to culture. And like right now, Western medicine is rediscovering a lot of the things we knew already. For example, like the mindfulness. Well, you get mindfulness every time you bead. If you sit down and bead something or sew something, you're practicing one mindfulness. And so it took them many more years to sort of discover that from a Western side. But that sense of balance and healing yourself would be my advice, and that you belong here. You belong in medicine, you belong in science, you belong in engineering, you belong.
What advice would you give to a 2SLGBTQIA plus individual pursuing science?
So I read a quote before I came up here that said, you do know who you are, you've just been taught not to trust yourself, and that really resonated with me. I think that in nursing school especially, it's really taught in medicine that there is a hierarchy, and you kind of just do what you're told, and not to question it, and you go to the doctor to get your orders, and the doctor makes the choices. And so I think that my advice would be to not take that so hard, and to take up space, and just know that you do have power to speak up and say things that maybe aren't the status quo in medicine, because things aren't going to change if we just keep going along with the way things are now. And I think it took me a really long time to learn that it is okay to have a different opinion than kind of the group norms, I guess. And that if you do speak up, things will eventually change, and you may even find people who are a part of the community, or at least willing to support you, or allies. And I guess that's how change starts. So yeah, just take up space and don't be scared to kind of push back.
Yes, that's an applause right there. Thank you. Katie, Same question.
Yeah, I was just going to say thank you for saying exactly what I wanted to say. It's like bringing your authentic self to this work is so important. And I think, Rob, as a social worker, you know, that authenticity, that therapeutic use of self is central to that work as well. And I think in medicine and healthcare, that sometimes gets like trained out of us. Like they use these terms like professionalism and professional boundaries to like narrow us into these boxes and professionalize us in a way that can be harmful, especially I think for 2SLGBTQIA plus people and Indigenous people and people who are used to relating in different ways. So I think like exactly what you said, bring yourself, take up space, and then find those allies. That's been the biggest benefit to my career, has been to find people who support you and work closely with them and grow with them, let them challenge you, let those aunties ante you when you're stepping out of line or stepping over, and listen and like Andrew, I just want to like give you kudos. The Indigenous Medical and Dental Students Association shared their bylaws and everything with the Indigenous Nursing Students Association, which I was a founder of. And you know, it's that building on the work of our relatives and our ancestors and our elders, and then passing it on to the next generations that are coming up. And I think, you know, all the people up here are great examples of that. It's really wonderful to see. So that would be what I would say.
Thank you. I think to us individuals and those that work in the field, we're disruptors. And we need to do that to say, hey, this is what's going on. But I like what you said. What is it? You said make space for it or something like that?
I said take up space.
Take up space. I like that. I'm going to use that instead. Take up space. Wonderful. Andrew, what challenges and successes have you faced throughout your career so far?
Thank you. That issue of professionalism is really key in medicine, right? We're bound by sort of the college. We have to follow what sort of everybody else does, or we lose our license and can't practice medicine. And so it's this balance in some way of a dichotomy of the two eyes in the two-eyed seeing model. But the challenges and how I sort of overcame them, some of the challenges you see every day, you see these microaggressions. You see, you know, patients being treated unfairly. You read the notes that are left, like, that say, of course, like, this thing happened, and you're like, yeah, but you wouldn't say that if, you know, they weren't, you know, Métis or First Nation or Indigenous. Like, you would never even chart that. Like, that's just plain racism. And there's this helplessness with that, because we need to take up space, we need to fight back. We also need to, like, building on what Jackie said, choose our battles, because we only have so much energy. And there was an elder who taught me, like, you have a bowl, and you have to do enough things that put energy back into your bowl for the energy that you take out of your bowl, and in these things, and in standing up for, and so I have these frustrations with policies. Like, there's a huge digital information age. You know, there's going to be virtual healthcare. You're going to be able to access your physician through your cell phone, but that's going to create new barriers to many of our relatives, right? I, as a physician, can't yet prescribe a cell phone. Why not? Like, why can't I? Like, that should be a medical device. It should be covered by, you know, medical plans should be covered by AISH, should be covered by these other income support programs, so that, you know, people can stay in touch with healthcare. They can access then, like, mental health resources online, community. So there's a lot of policies in these challenges that I see. And the way to do that is through sort of the advocacy. So IMDSA has a seat on all of the different tables that are relevant, or that make decisions across sort of the University of Alberta Medicine, but also in the province, so the Alberta Medical Association, and other things, the college as well. IMDSA sits on there, and so our voice is being able to be heard, and so it's a way we can advocate for change when we see these things and this sort of feeling of helplessness that comes up, and that sense of community and being connected and having those allies in your corner, like Keith said.
What about some successes in your career?
I'm not good with successes. I have a 16-year-old son, so I had him when I was 19, and so my husband and I raise him, and I think he is one of my successes. Like I look at him and he can't really do things that wrong, and Sean and I fight about this a bit because Sean's a bit more strict. I'm a bit more, but whatever, like, you know. So what, he crashed the car? He's never crashed the car yet, but I think he's my success.
I agree. I have a son too. He's 19, and I love being a parent. It's my highlight of my life. When I was studying for social work during the pandemic, I'd be studying. He'd walk by me, and I could see it right now. Just walk by, nerd, and just keep going on. Remember when he was 4 years old, he was mad at me. He walked up to me, he goes, "I have no daddy," and walked away. I was like, okay. But yeah, that's a huge success. I love that. What about yourself? What challenges and successes have you had throughout your career?
Honestly, mine were all pretty similar to what Andrew already said. But I think to build on that, just like that burnout and moral distress that comes along with being able to recognize those microaggressions, especially, I find hard because I think bigger acts of racism or discrimination people can get on with and call out easier and get on board with people calling that out, but microaggressions is really tough because a lot of people don't even see them as that. So yeah, I guess the moral distress that comes along with that, and then knowing that you should be doing what's right for your patient and trying to advocate for them in those moments can be quite hard. And then also just, I guess, like continually feeling almost like othered or different, or being like a spectacle. Like it's not always being called out as different, but you know, like sometimes I walk into work and I look like this, and it's always like, oh, like your hair, or oh, this and that, oh, your glasses. Like it's always something that people are pointing out about me that's different all the time, which I guess in a way I bring it on myself, but also sometimes it would be nice to walk into a space and just kind of be normal and not called out all the time. And then I guess being kind of like not, it almost makes you feel like you're not understood or like lonely sometimes, just because I don't know that many people in healthcare that are like me. Especially like I don't know any Indigenous or Métis nurses or doctors that I specifically work with. I know them outside because of the communities that I have engaged with, but like at work it feels very lonely and othering at times because people just can't relate to that kind of thing. So I think those are some of the challenges. I also work at a Catholic hospital, so that kind of brings along its own set of challenges with all of that. That's a bit different. And then as far as successes, I think kind of like Andrew has already touched on as well, just being able to notice like not putting your whole self into this work, because then you will get burnt out, and being able to kind of do both and balance both and pick your battles. And you know, I like to ride my bike and walk my dog and do other things other than work, and that took me a really long time to learn, I think, because when you're in a career that is giving to others constantly, you kind of can get wrapped up in it quite easily. So I think, yeah, part of my success is being able to have learned to like separate the two and take time for myself, and also kind of getting to a point where I can start to call out those microaggressions and educate people, even if they at first don't accept it or don't believe it, or kind of make you feel othered about it. I've kind of gotten to a point where I can at least do that, which feels good.
That's a really good point. What you said was work-life balance. That's so important. If you could take anything away from that, was work-life balance. Took me a while to get that too, and I burned out a couple of times. But if I saw you walking in and you were my nurse, I'd be like, oh, that's so cool. Katie, same question, successes and challenges.
You know, I've been thinking, listening to my co-panelists here, and I'm thinking about, like, I had a list of challenges in my head. You know, my first year in nursing school, we had a scenario-based learning thing where there was a Métis family, and it was all deficit-based. And I remember thinking then, oh, I'm not going to tell anyone I'm Métis, because this story doesn't reflect me. And I'm not able to hide my queerness. As soon as I open my mouth, most people are like, oh yeah, okay. So throughout my career, it's been like a weird mix of like challenges and blessings that come from those gifts. The biggest challenge probably for me has been like accepting that my queerness, my indigeneity are gifts, because I wasn't raised to see that. Like, I was raised to be ashamed of those parts of me. And so probably the biggest challenge was learning to love those parts of me and then bring those parts of me to my work. So that was a huge challenge, but it's also been probably one of the biggest rewards. And that was, thank you, all three of you, for getting me to think about that, because I had a list of like things that sucked and a list of things that I thought I did great that I was going to share, but actually that was probably it, because yeah, you've really inspired me to think about that piece.
You both inspire me.
Thank you all. So we're going to do some questions. There's a microphone. Where is it? Is it straight down here? Oh, there it is. Hello, waving over there. So you can use the microphone to ask a question. You can use the QR code and ask a question from the phone, from Silco, I think it's called. Ooh, there I am. Oh, and I already have one here from one of the little things here, and it reads, eggs, milk, bread, 2 sticks of butter. Richard, is this your shopping list? All right, is there any questions out there right now? Let me just get online here, see if there's any. Talk amongst yourselves. Oh, there we go, questions and answers. And I'm supposed to do live. Can somebody come help me with this?
I have a question.
Yes. Oh, hello there.
My question is about, we talked about professionalism, we talked about microaggressions, and there's somehow this like fear of you have to state the facts and you can't have any feelings. How do we overcome this barrier so that microaggressions stop happening and that we have our place in the workplace too?
And I think some of this is answered by the TRC too, right? We need more healthcare professionals that are Métis, period. We need more healthcare professionals that are Two-Spirit. And Western research shows that if you have a healthcare provider who has a similar background to you, you have better outcomes. So if you see somebody who's Two-Spirit, like a Two-Spirit doctor who's Métis, like imagine how much more comfortable that would be. Like imagine going to there and telling them like how you're feeling, what's going on, and them just understanding implicitly without you having to explain everything. You think?
I think part of it also is kind of like I spoke about relationships and building those relationships with patients and their families, which can be kind of hard in today's Western healthcare system because you're not given a lot of time, and that a lot of it is you're told to just state the facts, and again, nurses aren't supposed to tell test results and this and that. There's so many rules, but sometimes even just saying that to patients and families is building that relationship. So just telling them like, unfortunately I can't let you know that, but what I do know is this, and the doctor, as soon as he's on the unit, I can go grab them to come talk to you, and just kind of taking the time to sit down and talk to them about those things so that they're not sitting there worried, waiting, and nobody's spoken to them. They don't know if they're going to get the results. They don't know if somebody is going to come talk to them. But yeah, I think some of it is, it would be nice if we had more time and more space and ability to build those relationships in healthcare, I think.
Yeah, and I would say too, like there's room for us to change, like, there's room for us to take up that space and to push back. Throughout my career, I've been lucky to have really good mentors who gave me space. And so I think when there are situations where you're feeling kind of confined by professionalism or some of the expectations, it's really important to kind of push back on those in really kind and, sometimes evidence-based ways. Like, Andrew, you mentioned that like Western science has shown us that having a care provider who's similar to you helps your outcomes. So find out that information so that you can push back in a way that they can understand. Because, I work now mostly in sexual health, and, the intimacy that's required to do that work it requires you to be, same with addiction, same with psychiatry, like you have to bring yourself to that work in a very authentic way. And so you have to kind of push back on people who try to hem you in. And that's been my experience. And also like looking for ways to do work in more autonomous ways, like creating programs. If you see a gap that needs to be filled, like I just want to say there are ways of filling those gaps. You can like apply for money. You can find people who are like-minded. You can like build things. And we've seen that with like Edmonton Two-Spirit Society, the Métis youth. We see it all the time. So it's about sort of finding those people who will support you to make the change that you need.
Oh, I got a question online. I'm just real excited. Ooh, ooh, ooh. But I want to ask Richard first, just he's an elder and he's standing, and I just want to respect that. I really mean that honestly. I want to respect that. So, Richard, please.
I just wanted to get up the mic and say, how's my hair?
Beautiful.
Kidding. But not really. Excuse me. A few years ago, I had a downhill spiral into a dark place, and my mental health suffered. First in Kingston, and then in Gatineau, and then in Edmonton. Well, first, I had to leave Gatineau and fly an airplane with my sister. That was a little, sketchy. And then I got to Edmonton and went to the University Hospital, ended up at the Alberta Hospital. And in at least two of those spaces, there were things that were happening in those spaces that weren't easily explainable. And I want to tell you one of the stories this happened in Ottawa when I had a relapse a few years later. And I was in that hospital in the psych ward, and I was leaving the cafeteria, and there was a group converged in front of somebody's room, and this guy was coordinating everybody. And I'm like, oh, am I supposed to be part of this? Like, what's going on? And then my thought kicked in of, I'm in a psych ward, so anything's possible. So I just kind of kept walking by. But as the fella was coordinating everybody, he says 4 words. Me, her, and he points at somebody in the group, converged there. Him, and then that one as I'm walking by, and he's pointing at me. And I walked to my room, and I'm like, okay, that was odd, but I'm in a psych ward, so don't sweat it. But the spiritualness of it was a few years earlier, I'm playing cards with my nephew and his wife and my partner at the time. And my nephew, instead of writing our names, he writes those words. He writes me for himself, her for his wife, him for me, and that guy for my partner. And there's a whole teaching in there, and I could show you, but for me, how much in those kind of settings, for those of you who've had experience in the psych wards, kind of intersect between true mental health and what we think is psychiatrically off with somebody, or giftedness. Because for me, we need to be able to find ways of protecting gifted people in those spaces and protecting everybody else, obviously. But for me, that was my experience, and it just left me with a whole bunch of questions. And how many of our gifted folks are sitting in those spaces wrongly diagnosed because they see things and they hear things, because they have gifts of being able to see beyond the physical. So I put that to you, and it's kind of an invitation for you to kind of educate us a little bit about how can it happen where we can support better, and what would it take to kind of move us into a different direction from that experience. So.
Thank you for sharing your experience. Psychiatry is based on this big textbook, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, currently the 5th edition text revision, 5TR. And so it actually allows people, so they recognize that within certain cultures, our people have gifts. And that doesn't mean if you're seeing or hearing something, that it's necessarily like schizophrenia or primary psychiatric diagnosis. It doesn't mean you're having, a psychotic disorder. There's a caveat in each of the mental health diagnoses that it's not, within somebody's culture. And so that's where I think, a lot of the education you want to do, Jackie, is really important. And that's why I think having healthcare providers who understand that. So part of, I'm very grateful I'm able to go to Masquatchis once a month for a mobile mental health clinic where I see patients from that community in the Samson First Nation. And they speak about these gifts they have. And I don't diagnose them with schizophrenia, if that makes sense. Because they aren't, it's a different process. It's not a pathological thing. That's a gift they have, and it's not something I need to treat.
Thank you. 5 minutes left, so I'm just going to move along here, just a question off here, and then we'll get to you nice folks up there.
Rob, I do want to just add something, that it was not that long ago that the DSM-5 included homosexuality as a disorder. So we need to just acknowledge that medical science and nursing science and all the sciences are evolving, right? So I think it's really important that we do challenge some of these ideas, and Andrew, you're doing just that. And I want to...
Yeah, I agree. I read the DSM for fun, really. And it's very deficit-based. It's like, just throwing that out there, too. Do you have any suggestions to encourage Indigenous queer folk to get into STEM from a rural, remote area? Just ask one of you to answer that, please.
Am I from the most rural area? For me, getting into STEM was the only option, because I needed to get out of the homophobic small town that I was in. But I think, one of the things, the University of Alberta's medical school just opened a medical satellite program in Grand Prairie that's going to be starting, I think, in September. So there is work underway at the universities to try and get and support Indigenous people to get into, from rural and remote areas to get into STEM. And then the other thing is services like Rupert's Land Institute. One of the big barriers, I think, for a lot of rural people is the cost of moving. Like, when I went to university, all my family could give me was a deep freeze full of meat. And that had to kind of last me the school year. And so we did what we could, but I had to work full-time in my undergrads. And that obviously cost me my grades a little bit. So I think, support from our nations to improve access, support from the schools, nursing and medicine, engineering, sciences, all of those, expanded access programs. Some universities in Canada have waived tuition for Indigenous students, and I think that's doable, especially here in Alberta. We're the richest province, they say. So let's start putting pressure on the leadership at these institutions to make education more accessible. That would be my thought.
Thank you.
I'm going to add one plug-in. I work with the board of directors for WISEST, so Women in Science, Engineering, and Technologies, but it also provides support to specifically Indigenous, rural, and other, and people that they, other EDI sort of initiatives. And so they will actually pay for the students to come to their conferences, and there's funding there. And so look into Wisest, there's some opportunities as well.
Good stuff, thank you. Question, please.
Hello. So I have a bit of a backstory for the question. So I come from a line of medicine people on both sides of my family, my maternal and paternal lines, and how I came to this side of the galaxy is by a reverse miscarriage, because my great Aunt Sarah was a medicine woman. And I've never met anybody with the story that I have. And so my question is, what does Treaty 6 look like within the decolonial practices and coupling our spiritual ways of knowing and our medicine people? I lived on the Coast Salish territories for over a decade, and my doctor on the downtown east side at the Aboriginal Health Clinic was one of the first clinics that actually runs through a decolonial lens. And I've never had health care like that in my life. And so I just present to you what is being bolstered for that, for us here. Yeah, thank you.
I mean, I can answer, but I think I've been to the same clinic. IPAC, so the Indigenous Physicians Association of Canada, meets yearly, and last year was in actually Winnipeg, but the year before was in Vancouver, and we got to go see, I think, the clinic you're talking about. And so I can't speak for how do we do that across all of Treaty 6. And that's not within my own personal sphere of influence yet. I don't think it ever will be, because I don't want to be in charge of like a big organization. But for me in my clinic, that just means like having a space, making space, creating space for like medicine bundles. So I think in the clinic you're talking about, the first thing you see when you walk in are medicine, right? And you can make a bundle and take it home. And I think that, so that's something simple we can bring in, but it has to be done in a way that keeps it sacred, right? I wouldn't want to see that as you walk into an emerge, right? And people don't understand. So it has to be done in spaces that are safe, and we have to keep our medicine sacred as well. I think that's my answer.
Thank you. Anyone else? No, what you have to say is important.
I was just going to say, I think, you know, you've asked a brilliant question given the medicine chest clause in Treaty 6 and our own like Métis Nation's exclusion from treaty and the opportunities that are coming with our developing relationship with Canada. And so I think sovereignty is central to that. So in BC, they have the First Nations Health Authority, where they have a lot more control over the way their health services are delivered. And so I think here in Treaty 6, Treaty 8, Treaty 7, all the parts of Alberta that are covered by treaty, you know, we need to be pushing for increased sovereign control of our health service and letting Indigenous people lead that work so that we can have our medicines the way we need them.
See, I knew it was important. Thank you. Our final question.
Hello. I was just wondering, so just quick background, the hospital that I'm referring to currently has plastic sheets up for walls to keep people separated. So that's the hospital where we're experiencing care. Where I'm from and the youth I serve, everybody is self-harming. Everybody is suicidal. Myself, I attempted last year, and another friend of mine attempted last year. And when we woke up, we were alone because our communities couldn't come to us. They couldn't support us. And as someone now who supports suicidal youth, I have spent more than one night in the ER waiting room supporting our kids because their parents won't come for them. Their parents won't be in the room with them. So as a community, as Treaty 6, how do we push onto our medical systems about our kinship relationships? Because too many of our humans are suffering alone and killing themselves because they don't have us, because we can't access them. So how do we do that?
There's COVID exacerbated that a lot, right? We had COVID, you could have one visitor. I worked through COVID, and I would have patients who were dying who were allowed one visitor, right? So, well, you know, and so what you experience still continues as well, and I don't know the exact answer. It's difficult for me to work in an inpatient role as part of that, so I have a hard time taking away people's rights, deciding for them. That's my own internal moral distress I experience. If I'm keeping somebody in hospital, for example, against their will, it doesn't sit well with me. I don't want to work there. And so I've really found a home and made a community, like an outpatient psychiatry, where I can sit down with a patient, you know, I can go visit them in their home, I can meet them where they're at. And so I think I don't have a good answer for the suicides that is an epidemic in our community. And there's a lot of colonial and racist pressures that are continuing that. If we look at, you know, our teachings of 7 generations, Western medicine has caught up and shown there's epigenetic changes. So there's changes within our genes that happen that are passed on to subsequent generations. And we knew that happened anyway. We knew that in the 7 generation teachings. And so I'll talk to you more offline, because there are some resources that are specific, I know of, for sort of youth that experience suicidal thoughts. It's Western-based approaches that, you know, have been shown to have some evidence to decrease suicidal behaviors, suicidal thoughts, and how to cope with those. Yeah, do you have anything to add?
I actually had a very similar experience taking care of a patient and their family just recently, where I kind of had to do some reflecting on the same thing. Like you said, for COVID, there were certain rules and regulations put into place, and reflecting on that, I brought to my manager, like, when did this become just how it is now, that we don't have any of the other COVID regulations in place? It seems there's been a shift, especially in nursing, the way people think about patients and their families, and again, kind of almost like they're back to those rules, like, oh, we can only have 2 people in the room. Why is there so many people visiting? Why do they want to stay overnight? All of this kind of thing, and it's just kind of like, before COVID, in the ICU, we never had those rules. It was pretty open. We would just tell people if they were going to come after visiting hours, they would have to come through the emergency exit, but otherwise, they could come whenever they wanted, whoever could come. So I don't know what the answer is. I think part of the answer is to, again, educate the healthcare professionals, because I think part of it is a lack of understanding and a lack of knowledge on their part of other ways of knowing and being, and how other families and people and patients may think of their families and who their families are to them. And yeah, just know there are healthcare professionals out there advocating for exactly those things, but I don't know what exactly the answer is.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. That's a really big question and a lot of layers there, but I think one of the things that comes to my mind is like compassion for all of the people involved. Because because I think, you know, in many of our families, there's lots of intergenerational challenges that people have overcome or not. And so I think, especially, I look at just my own family's experience, we're healing, and that's going to take time. And so I think having space for people who struggle with mental health and having space for people who care and love those people with mental health, and then holding space for yourself who has to care and has to step into those spaces where other people can't, is a really important piece. Because I think about, you know, we've learned in the last 100 years so many things, and we've also unlearned a lot of things, but it's going to take a few more generations for us to get to a place where everyone can sit with thoughts of death and be comfortable enough to provide care and help.
Thank you. I'm going to wrap this up with, that was a very impactful question. Thank you for bringing that up. Myself, the other day, I had a nurse tell me that one of our participants, I don't like the word patient, had told them that because I went to visit them in the hospital when their partner had passed away from opiate poisoning, which they believed was by suicide, that I was able to help them, and that helped them make it through it. So kinship, I understand parents, from a parent's perspective as well too, it's really hard to see your child do that. And sometimes it's just, if it's not there, I'm not dealing with it. But within our community, with the Indigenous community, at the gathering again, they mentioned that a forest full of trees, when one tree is suffering, the other trees, or needs water, the other trees, their roots, they help that tree. And I think that's what our community does, and we need to do for each other. It's not just who's your brother and sister, but who is your relative. And I think we're all relatives, and we're here for each other. And that's just my take on it, that I'm very much of a glass half full. And thank you all for being here. Oh yes, let's make a big round of applause. All right, it is now for a bit of a movement break with Aura Letty, Citizens Representative for District 10 Edmonton Whitemud, assisted by Métis kinesiologist and exercise therapist Avery Inzanier. We are also very excited to introduce Alex Kostorok as the musical accompaniment. Alex is a second-generation fiddle player. The heartbeat of his music lies in the power of his footwork. His versatility has kept him in high demand across Canada. Together, he will lead us in a slow waltz. No, that's not right. A jig. So please, are they here? Just them three. Last time it was 4 of us, now it's just 3. But I'm not bitter.